All right, let's try this again. Hello, welcome to Workhorse Wrestling Network. We do appear to be live now. Uh, Thank you for being here with us. We are
Oh,
here for AEW Revolution 2025. Yeah, I just went through the whole spiel. I guess I'll do it again real quick. If you're with us here on YouTube and you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, hit that bell the YouTube channel, and you'll get notified every time we put something up on the YouTube channel. If you're watching on Twitch, thank you very much. Give us a follow over there. If you're on the Clock app, thank you again. Give us a follow over there as well. Unfortunately, here on Restream, we cannot see your comments on Twitch or on the Clock app. So if you come on over to the YouTube, come over to the YouTube channel, you can chat with us. We'd love to hear what you got to say about the pay per view, anything you got going on, anything you want to talk about. So, I guess what happened to my stream on my now I lost my stream on the show too over here. Did you watch any?
um,
I mean, I watched some of the 0 Hour. I didn't get to watch it all.
so what in the world? Okay. Um, I watched, I think all the matches. Was it just like three?
Yeah, I think there was only three. Yes.
Okay, so well, okay, so when I tuned in, it was Hologram and Commander versus
That's
Lee
the only one I saw.
Johnson and Blake Christian.
Ooh.
That
We
was
got
a
MJF and Paige kicking off the show. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
yeah. The kickoff, the 0 hour was really good. It was really really good. Minus okay, I'm gonna be real. I was with Taz when he was like, "I'm over the Costco guys song." I was Taz was me. I was Taz. I definitely understood him. He was he was on point.
Mhm.
I don't care about the boom. Please don't bring it back unless it's Adam Cole.
Uh, that's funny.
And they
Yeah,
were
that was the final match. That was the one with the AJ Boom, right? That's the one you're
so
talking about. Yeah.
okay. There was two things that were on the kickoff that was really interesting. The one I didn't know that Bandito and Gravity were related, let alone brothers, and then and that whole angle with Jericho attacking. Um, and the Hurt Syndicate, that was a whole lot of sugar honey iced tea talking.
Yeah. Now the Hurt Business has definitely been in their bag, and they're definitely talking a lot of itch, talking a lot of shit.
Well, it's still early, so I don't think we can push yet. So
Okay, my bad.
I'm trying to be good.
The bell has rung, and these two are going at it in the middle of the ring, as you would imagine. Hangman getting a little bit of the upper hand. Oh, now he's
That's the
stomping a mud hole.
hangman. I look. I
Well,
am a
okay, so
hangman girl.
I haven't had a chance to ask you because it's been a minute since we've been on whatever for a minute. But what do you think of the current Hangman look? Like the big thick mustache with like the little 5 o'clock shadow beard and like the ultra tight clothes and the bad like choker gold necklace. Like,
It doesn't bother me. I like it. It vibes for me just because I like hangman. So you're not gonna tell me hangman did anything wrong. But yeah, that's just me.
I just think he looks kind of like a '70s porn star, but
That might be the vibe he's going for.
Sa-
The
Sammy said he looks like I mean, he looks like he's a cowboy. He looks like a cowboy. I said I suppose if he's the cowboy from the Village People,
I mean, some people like the village people.
they do. That's absolutely true.
Some people voted for that song over and over again.
Like, come on, I gotta find a better link. This thing is driving me nuts. Give me just a second here.
Yeah, it took me a minute to
Yeah,
find a good one too.
we're talking.
Getting on Amazon, getting it on Amazon Prime is so difficult sometimes. Okay.
Right?
I've got. Oh. That looks
It
painful.
sucks too because this is one of the matches I was really looking forward to.
So
And now
Hangman
once packed up.
was up to kind of leapfrog over MJF. MJF called him and then slammed him. I just always felt that move looked. Now that you mentioned corn, being a corn star, I can't unsee that.
You cannot see it.
And that move didn't help.
It is weird how you cannot see something until somebody actually points it out, and then it's like, oh, now I can't see anything but that. My daughter has a tattoo that, I saw. I was like, that's a really beautiful tattoo, and somebody said, that looks like men's genitalia, and then I looked at it again, and I was like, oh, no way, because she has words, it's like this little thing, and then she's got two flowers right at the end of it, and the way it's structured, it could be. It's looking slightly phallic, but she knows now. Someone told her, and we've had a big laugh about it. But yeah, I mean, it's and she wants to get some more flowers to offset it at some point soon. No one noticed it until one person's mind went there, It's
Anything can be turned into something else if you just try hard enough.
Right? I want to see this. Here we go. Finally. Just now don't buffer. Okay. Come on. You can do it.
Put your back into it. Who decided that it was going to be us two today? Who thought that was a good idea?
What a good idea. Come on, man. It comes back from buffering, and both men are just lying on the mat. No idea how they got there. And then buffering again.
Oh, okay, Hangman. Okay, see, I don't see Cornstar, but that might be because that's not my type of corn.
Well, to be fair, I've been alive a lot longer than you, so before the internet, when all you had was magazines, and when I was really, really young, all you had was your friend's dads. And those were always 70s. This was inevitable. It was probably, 1984 or 85. I was probably 10, 11, whatever, even maybe 12. And all of a sudden, it's because their parents all had their vintage magazines from when they were, or someone's dad did at some point, There was always some friend whose dad had, if your dad didn't, some friend's dad had something somewhere.
Thank the good Lord for BET Uncut.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The internet. Oh. Yeah.
That was not the internet. That was cable.
No, I was going to say before the internet. Yeah, no, I'm just saying way before the internet. Corn was a much different situation.
Romance novels.
Where are we?
You could always find ways around it. You didn't have to rely on tapes. Yeah.
What? Okay, I'm totally missing my notes right here. Here it is.
Oh, is he? Oh! Shibbity bee bop bop.
I cannot get a link to stay working, man. And this is pissing me off.
That was MJF, I forget how good MJF can be sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Which one
Oh,
it
roll
is?
up, roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up. Oh, reverse roll up. Yeah, we don't want the match to end by roll up, do we?
This is really irritating. Come on,
Oh,
tell
oh,
myself to.
oh, dead eye. Oh, yeah, you hit it. One, two. Oh, that was close.
He's hit the dead eye?
He hit the dead eye is like the reverse tombstone, right? Like the tombstone behind
Yeah,
his back. Yeah. So
yeah.
he hit it, and that I didn't think he was gonna kick out of that. I definitely thought that was a three.
No, I just saw the dead eye. I just got the feedback. I just saw the dead eye and MJF kick out, so I'm a little behind you.
Maybe like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, with the way the feed's been, if I don't want to
Oh,
try to mess with it at all, because I'll end up losing it or something. So
oh,
be a little behind you.
oh, buckshot. Okay, okay, okay. He's gonna roll out. No, he didn't. All right. Oh man, foot up moves.
Mm. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Do you think MJF got that tattoo removed?
Do I think he really got it removed? I don't know. I mean, if it's actually, I mean, I haven't seen his naked leg other than in that little section. So, like, part of me feels like maybe he never really had it, or maybe, I don't know. Like, I think it was a real tattoo. So, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I just don't think he got it removed that quickly.
And even if you're, the reality is, even if you're planning on leaving the company, that doesn't mean you necessarily get rid of the tattoo. I mean,
Look at Cody.
I mean, at this point, look at this point, he covers it up anyhow with his boots anyhow. So I mean, it's not like you see it when you're wrestling, or 99% of the time you see him on TV, he's wearing pants. So I mean, it's not like you ever see it, you know. And they allowed Cody to keep his bad tattoo.
I don't think you
To
can
be
get
fair,
much worse than Cody's tattoo. God, that is
no.
god awful ugly.
To be fair, it doesn't say AEW or a competing company if you're wrestling for another company, but it's still a horrible, horrible tattoo. I had to debate with my friend about, or maybe it was even on here. I can never remember because I have a buddy that I talk wrestling with all the time, but it's either on here with somebody or which was worse, Cody's neck tattoo or Brock's sword tattoo that looks like the big penis on his chest.
I think Brock's is worse because it's pointed up towards his mouth.
I know, right?
It's pointed up towards you can't.
You just tuck your chin, yeah.
And there's no way that you can unsee that. So MJF has been MJF has been avoiding Hangman.
Yes.
Hangman just for the buckshot. Max has got Solidaire. I think that is locked in. Or armbar.
Yeah, I got them outside the ring now. Hangman just pushing MJF back in like it's a couple seconds behind you. So the difference for me, beyond just the difference in the tattoos, is that as much as I think Cody's is extremely tacky, it's a bad design, it's in a horrible spot. The tattoo itself, the work isn't terrible. I've seen way worse tattoos. Brock's looks also, not only is it bad, but it looks like someone that was an apprentice tattooer did it. Like someone that was just learning how to, it's a terrible job also. I mean, it's not even a good tattoo. At least Cody's was well done. It's a bad idea, bad spot, all that stuff. But at least it's done decently.
It's just really ugly. It's just really, really ugly. Oh. Okay,
Here we
Max got that
go.
hole. He is not breaking it.
Got
Don't
the,
you
like the
tap out,
SPF
Hangman.
minus the
You've
leg.
been through worse with Swerve. You burned down his house and we all watched it for 24 hours, Hangman.
Hangman making his way to the rope.
Leaves his plants, Hangman. Leaves his plants. Folks, if you do not follow Hangman on Blue Sky, please make it your priority to do so. He is hilarious. He said he's not talking anything but plants up there, and he does a good amount of talking about plants and leaves his plants.
I have not checked that out, but I will.
Yeah, I think I might have matured past the age of X at this point. I like my Blue Sky. I've curated a nice little area over there. It's very peaceful, very garden, very.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. The only thing I ever do on X or Twitter is just the workhorse account, just post stories or whatever to it, announcements. But I haven't used my personal account in forever. Every once in a while, I go to my personal account on Blue Sky. I've checked it out a little bit. I haven't spent a whole lot of time on it. A whole lot of time on social media. If I'm on my phone doing something, usually I'm watching videos. I mean, I'm an old person, and Facebook they say is for old people, so that's where I do the bulk of my social media. But I usually end up watching videos like on YouTube.
Yeah, you're over here watching a lot of videos on your phone, too.
I don't know why, but I'm addicted to the chiropractic videos, the sounds of people getting their necks popped and the reactions and stuff.
And the vacuum and the shampooing the carpet.
Yeah, I can do the shampooing carpet. For a little while, I was watching a lot of videos of them fixing horses' hooves. When they have they put the horse's hoof up and they.
The earwax cleaner.
I can't do that. I can't do those ones. Every once in a while, I'll ask my wife what she's watching, or I'll roll over, look at her phone, and she's watching like a full-on a surgery video, like a knee arthroscopy or something, and it's all.
Oh no! I don't want to watch anything with blood. No.
Good on that.
Shit!
Yeah, and she likes Pimple Popper, which I can't do. Like I don't watch that.
I can't do that. Holy shit!
I can't watch that stuff.
Watch this. Watch what MJF does. I think they're gonna have to stop the match. I think they're gonna have to stop.
Counter. Is he gonna pile drive him on the chair? Holy smokes. Is Adam Page okay?
There's no way he can go on. Like, there's no way he can safely go on. Why are you even counting him out?
That was insane.
What are you talking about? He used the chair. Oh my god.
Holy smokes. That was crazy. I know you don't watch WWE, but did you at least see any clips or see the little of KO and Sammy with the chair with the barbed wire on it?
No.
Oh yeah, during their match in the Elimination Chamber, they had a chair with barbed wire on it that Kevin took right in the face. Sammy dropped toe hold him and he fell right into the. It was like wrapped around the base of the seat of the chair. He landed right in it, and then Sammy put the chair with the barbed wire up like a table between two other chairs and power bombed KO right on
it. The most that I've seen has been on some clips from Jade and Bianca. I'll be honest, after Linda got confirmed, I was done because personally I feel like how can I sit here and bitch and moan about what the administration is doing if I am watching something that is putting money in the pockets of someone actively in the administration who is actively doing harm to something I love. former teacher, former special education teacher. So
Yeah.
watching them get ready to dismantle the Department of
Department of
Education,
Education.
I feel like I'm a hypocrite enough. I don't need to add that to it.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And not that it's any sort of viable justification because you obviously don't. But if it wasn't for Workhorse, I wouldn't be watching WWE. I would probably watch the PLEs, but that's about it. I definitely wouldn't be watching the weekly shows.
Oh,
And I know that's still an excuse because I mean you don't, and you do fine. But I don't know. I just being that I do a couple of shows on WWE content, so I feel like I got to at least know at least I'm talking about it. I'm talking about it. So,
I
well,
will
another.
say
Oh,
when
did I?
people tell me, "Oh, I can't give it up," I gave up Nicki Minaj, I gave up WWE, I gave up Chris Brown. You were not gonna find a bigger stand of those three than me.
Oh, that was
Sometimes people
nasty.
give up things that they enjoy for the bigger payoff.
Yeah. No, I hear
I
you.
just personally,
I definitely hear you.
I do hypocrisy. I can't justify that one. You are not eating that. It's not food.
Is that the little one? Little one?
Yes. Oh shit! Don't say that.
Oh, buckshot lariat time. Had her
Oh,
bull skinning the cat over the top rope. Sitting on the
not cold,
apron. I'm
not
not calling
cold.
Paige. Waiting for MJF to get up.
That's why you say hangman.
Hang on, that's right.
You say
Because
hangman.
there's too
You
many
get the right
Adams.
one.
MJF making his way up. His knees all wobbling. I love MJF sometimes. Buckshot. It's got to be over. 1,
Was that a
2,
three?
3. And Hangman Page gets the win over MJF with the big buckshot lariat.
I couldn't tell if that was a three or what that was.
I thought he was going to kick out, but
Me too.
I was like, where's
Like I was
where's
you
the
know
kick
how you
out? Like,
expect to
oh,
kick
okay,
out?
it's over. All right. But yeah, I was expecting the kick out. I was expecting this match to, I mean, I guess it's already 5:25, so I guess this match probably went 18 minutes or so. It felt really quick, though. It felt like, I don't know.
I will say lately their pay-per-views, their programming has felt really, really quick lately. The other day, like Wednesday, Dynamite was on and they were like the main event. And I'm like, how's it the main event? And it's 8:30 and I'm looking and it's 9:30.
Yeah. And that's an indicator of a good show, right? When you're not looking at it going, how much time is left? Like, how long has it been? That's usually an indicator of a good show. I mean, it's holding your attention, and that's why you're not paying attention to how long it's been on.
Like I was so surprised. Oh, and then like the women's stuff has been getting better.
Yeah, luckily they've definitely. It seems like they're starting to pay attention to the women a little bit more. Not enough still, but a little bit more. Thunder Rosa being back helps. I like Megan Bain a lot. I'm a big fan of Megan Bain and her being around or new, here on the. I like
I
her.
forgot Megan Bain was dating Joey Janela the other day. Hi Hassan, how are you, honey bun? Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
they
forgot
are, or
about that.
they were, or you thought they were?
They
Oh, they
are.
are.
It popped up on my Instagram and I was like, I've seen her recently. When she first came back, I was like, I've seen her recently, but she didn't look like wrestling. Where have I seen her? Joey Janela.
Interesting. It looks like we're getting Mercedes versus Momo next.
Okay. Do you think this is leading up to Mercedes versus Athena?
I mean, I sure hope so. I mean, I don't, I'm not totally sure what, I don't know why. Okay, so hold on for a second. This is not. Okay, I see what happened.
What?
Okay. The ticker was showing still the Adam Cole MJF match, even though I thought I had deleted it. And then, yes, removed from list. And then it had that match and this match. But I'm sorry, ask your question again because I got sidetracked. Do I think this is leading to
Athena versus
Mercedes?
Mercedes and Hassan. I don't know, honey bun.
I mean, I sure hope so. I mean, I don't know, like, I'm not sure what she's actually working Hassan. She said, unfortunately, she had to work tonight. So um, I said, your job doesn't understand that Revolution is on. And she was like, I try to tell him, but, you know, yes and no. I mean, I hope so because I want Mercedes. What is going on here? Okay, now it's there. That's really weird. I want Mercedes versus Athena, and I want Athena on Dynamite Collision up on the AEW main roster. She has been doing such an amazing job in Ring of Honor, and I'm sure she's happy being the champion at the same time. And no disrespect to Ring of Honor, but it's harder to find, and nobody really watches it. I mean, they do, but they don't. They have their core following, but like when you have to go to Honor Club on the internet, you got to look for it like that or whatever. I mean, it's not readily accessible all the time, just easy to get to. It makes it hard. And so as a result, you get less people added to Ring of Honor, which, hardcore wrestling fans are aware of the history and they love it and all those kinds of things. But like, they're bitter about Tony Khan buying it in the first place, all the things that happened, all those kinds of things. And now, some people have an adverse opinion of Ring of Honor in general. So me, myself, I still really like Ring of Honor, but not enough that I'm watching the weekly show. I just don't have the bandwidth with all the other wrestling that I watch. It's too much. So, in that regard, Athena deserves to be on Dynamite wrestling. The Britt Bakers, the Thunder Roses, all those women, the Jamie Haters, all the the main event superstars. And the problem is that I don't know. I start to wonder if Tony doesn't see something differently, and that's why he's basically relegated her. Yes, she's champion, but essentially relegated her to Ring of Honor. I mean, it feels like
House. She said she didn't want to go to AEW.
Oh, is that what she said?
She didn't want to be on AEW TV,
which is interesting.
And now she actually wants to. Now that there's something for her there, she actually wants to.
So maybe that's what it was then. Maybe
I want Momo to win Hassan, but I don't know. I kind of like the storyline with Mercedes having the belt, having 4 belts, and Athena coming in to face her. I like that. I don't know.
That's one of those times. That's a perfect example where, because I don't pay attention to stuff backstage or read anything, I'm always up here recklessly speculating on what I think people are thinking. So, or what could be going on. I try to, give as much disclaimer as I can and say I don't know shit about what I'm talking about, but at the same time. So no, I mean, I didn't know that. So knowing that, then that makes more sense. And now that she wants to be up there, yeah, bring her up. I mean, the main roster could definitely use her, and I want to see her on TV more. So I think she's one of the most talented women in the world. So
she has grown on me. This Megan and Training storyline grew on me. Yeah. I feel so bad for Lexi. I shed a little tear when that happened.
But I remember you were definitely not as hot on her in WWE and or when she first came to Ring of Honor / AEW, and before she actually made a decision. Like,
well, as a person, I still don't like her.
Yeah,
but I respect her as a wrestler.
Mama with the arm. This should be a really good wrestling. Sweet. Oh, man. The stream I was watching just disappeared and my internet went down. That's awesome. Sweet. Hey. Come on now. Do. Have you watched any? Oh no, you're not watching any of that stuff. I don't know. I keep thinking For some reason, I keep thinking I'm talking to Anika. I was going to ask you if you watch any LFT, but obviously you're not watching anything WWE. So
Look, we are not the same person.
I know.
You
It's just
do
I'm used
that.
to being
I
on with
am
her.
not
So.
the same person.
Yeah.
During Women's History Month.
Wow.
Okay, that looked like a tap to me. I could not be a referee.
Yeah, me either. No way.
Because sometimes these things be looking like taps and they're not taps.
Right.
And I would just be like, well, you look like it. So, yeah. So Mercedes is going at, Tiltor has this. Oh, never mind. Reversal. Reverse the reversal. Roll up. Reverse. Uh-oh. What is she doing? Oh, that was a nasty kick. That was a nasty kick. That was a little mean. You ain't have to kick him like that. And kick to the head. Just a good measure.
Yeah, kick to the head.
I'm liking this gear for Mercedes. And that was a reversal and a step through. Oh. She has her submission locked in on Momo.
It's gonna be
a quick match. It's not the Banks statement anymore because she's not Sasha Banks. So I don't know what it is.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know what she calls it now. Come on, you fucking doo-doo.
Ew.
Mother humper.
No, that's not good.
Sorry. I forget sometimes that I'm sitting here on a live.
I will be right back.
Okie dokie. If you're here with us, thank you for choosing Workhorse Wrestling Network. I am having a little problem right now with my feed, so I apologize. Please bear with me while I try to get this show back up and running. I know it's not very good viewing pleasure to me not be able to tell you what's going on with the show, but hopefully we'll be back up in just a minute. I know that we're in the middle of Momo versus Mercedes, so I can at least tell you guys that. And so let's say I've got something. Let's see how long this one holds. Mercedes just giving Momo like a back. What was that off the ring? German suplex. Sorry, off the ring apron onto the floor. Now in for pin 1, 2, and Momo kicks out at 2.5. Mercedes, it looks like, talking to Momo. She's picking her up by her. Oh, and then slapped her. Slapped her right in the mush. And now Sasha is walking around, prancing around, showing off.
Mercedes. Her name is Mercedes.
Did I call her Sasha?
Several times.
Oh, really? My bad. Mercedes. Billy starts watching off. Up in the seats, scouting Mercedes Monet.
Right. Say hello
Not
to your CEO.
not the aforementioned Sasha Banks anymore. Sorry. Oh,
Hey,
Momo trying to fight.
Touch the WWE fan.
Momo with some big elbows. Momo going off the ropes for something. Oh, she missed. Mercedes has her up on the back. There's something on the counter.
Oh,
Yeah,
that is a cool move.
that was kind of a cool move. I don't know what the.
So
Oh,
Momo did like a kind of tombstone, but the way she did it, it kind of flips the opponent's head up a little bit more, so they're sitting
but yeah, it is a cool move. And Mercedes kicked out,
up,
just
and
barely kicked out
they kind of
in the corner trying to recover, and Momo's about to attack. Mercedes up with the elbow. Oh, three amigos. It's time for the three amigos.
always
And then we'll
wonder
get the
what would have
little,
happened if Sasha Banks had actually gotten to see Eddie Guerrero wrestle that night.
right?
Will we have ever had Mercedes Monet?
I don't know. That's a good question. What has happened here? Come on, man. You're working fine. What's going
They said we gave y'all Kendrick Lamar for free. We're not giving y'all nothing else for free.
on? Ain't that the truth?
Oh, tied up
Ain't
in
that
the
the truth?
corner in the tree of woe. This is gonna hurt. Dang, Mama. You ain't had to kick her. You ain't gotta kick her like that. That's just rude. So rude, Mama. So sweet looking, but so rude.
So rude. How rude. Why do you keep doing that?
Because they like saving time.
Like
Oh,
this,
that
you
was a
asked
big
me what
drop
to.
kick. Oh, that was spicy. Woo. Momo's drop kicks are dangerous.
Yeah, Momo's really good. Yeah, I'm a big. I mean, I haven't seen a whole lot, but what I've seen, I'm a big fan of. Just a big kick from Momo. No, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, come back. Come back. Come back. Oh, jeez. Monet Maker. Did she kick out? Oh, and she kicked out. Or she may have never actually pinned her. That also could have happened. Oh, okay. Mercedes, I think she waited a little bit too long to pin Momo, and that resulted in Momo kicking out. But Mercedes is pissed. Like, very, very nice. Or she's smacking Momo, but it's like she's not putting a lot of pain behind those smacks. It is very much kind of tapping you so you don't hurt me. Oh, Momo moves out of the way from the meteor, I think that's called, or whatever that was just in the corner. And now she's kicking the bejesus out of Mercedes again. I would
Just
not
saw the
want
Miss
to take those
Meteora,
cheeks.
and now those kicks. Yep, I know those kicks look nasty. And now, and the last one was brutal.
That they look like they hurt real bad.
Mm-hmm. Right? Momo up.
I think Mama might take this.
1, 2. Oh, Mercedes
I think
kicks
she
it
might end up
the
taking
last
this.
second. Very close there.
No. Is she gonna hit that? No. Oh, wait. Is she gonna hit her finisher? The Japanese women really are able to take her finisher much better than the women on AEW's roster.
Yeah. Mercedes in the corner. Momo charging in. Mercedes getting her foot up. Mercedes up to the second rope.
Is she gonna pass out or is she gonna tap out?
What was that? That was a lot of rolling into the STF or whatever she calls it now. I don't know what. And it's technically not even STF. It's more of a crossface, crippler crossface. But
We don't
it's
call it.
just has the leg wrapped up. I know you can't call it that either. I know.
Well, we could call it that, but it's very insensitive to call it that. Dang. Dang. Bobo was kicking out of everything. You gonna have to cheat, baby. You gonna have to cheat. Like, that's the only way you gonna beat this one. You
Oh
gonna have
my
to
god.
because there's no way you're gonna beat her show. You gonna have to cheat. And it's not a bad thing. It's just a thing you're gonna have to do. Oh, she sits up. Mercedes is climbing the rope, the top rope. Momo kicks her in the corner of the top rope before she could do anything. And now we are going to get the spot that might determine the match. Oh, that looked so painful. That slam looked so painful. How did she kick out of that? How did she kick out of that? How the hell did she kick out of that? She's not getting out of that though. Bro, bro. Mercedes is not playing any games. Momo has slammed Mercedes from corner to corner at this point in the past 2 minutes, and she is not putting her away. She is just taking a punishment. Cameraman, please get out of her crotch. Dang.
We'll see how long it lasts. But I have some sort of few moments. So let's see. Momo just kicked Mercedes square in the grill.
Jesus.
And a second one. Holy smokes.
How is she
Those
kicking
kicks look
ass?
nasty.
She kicked her head back to her mama.
Mercedes. Oh, right in the back of the head. Goes over 1, 2. Mercedes kicks out again. Mercedes is nothing if not resilient. Momo is definitely not happy with the fact that Mercedes kicked out again. Is this, to be clear, this match is, oh, it is, okay, it's on the ticker there. It's for the TBS championship. Since Mercedes has 4, I wasn't totally 100% sure which one it was for.
She hit the Monet Maker, and she finally gets her count.
Yep.
Shit, was a good match.
The Glory Bomb and GG. Yep, there it is. One couple seconds behind you. So, yep, Momo tapping out to whatever Mercedes calls the bank statement now. Mercedes is still your AEW TBS Women's TBS champion.
Hassan, I was with you, bro. Like I thought Momo was gonna win. That match was almost 20 minutes. Holy
Billy
shit.
starts again in the crowd taking notes. You keep showing Billy. Which, you know, I mean, where Billy's at, Athena's at, right? I mean, so the fact that we're getting Billy hovering around Mercedes just indicates we're going to get Athena at some point popping up. We have to.
I did not think that was going to end that way.
The match?
Yeah, I thought Momo might win. But I will also say Athena and Mercedes have kind of been going at it online. I did see like screenshots of that. The uncoordinated hip swivel when neither one of them is on beat.
What'd you say?
Athena tweeted out going back and forth with Mercedes and was talking about her uncoordinated hip swivel. And I'm like, neither one of them can dance on beat, so.
There's a constant struggle with this food. It's too brutal.
Okay, who do you think is going to win the Ricochet versus Swerve match that's coming up?
What do I think of it? I mean, I'm a big fan of both guys. I do think that Tony seems to be giving Ricochet a little bit more freedom and allowing Ricochet to be more Ricochet than WWE was. And so I like that for Ricochet. I wasn't a huge fan of kind of the all black scissor wielding Ricochet. I know he still has the scissors. I felt like he didn't feel like he looked super comfortable, but now that he's switched from kind of like that hyper uber aggressive Ricochet to more kind of like the swarmy, sleazy cocky Ricochet. He seems much more comfortable in that heel role. And for like the last 3 weeks or so, I think he's been really killing it. And not this week at the press or at the contract signing, but the week before and the week before that, I think he showed that he really can talk, despite what people say. I think he's doing an amazing job. And Swerve is Swerve. Swerve's always great. So Swerve can always talk. Swerve can always wrestle. So I never, I don't say a whole lot about Swerve because he's one of those things you don't have to. He's just kind of like that consistent thing that's always there. So, when you ask me what I think about Swerve and Ricochet, I'm going to talk more about Ricochet just because I feel like I always wanted more from him in WWE and we didn't get it. And so I was extremely happy when he came to AEW to think, okay, we're going to get more. And then I was a little nervous at first. It seemed to take a little while for him to kind of get his legs underneath him in AEW. But these last couple of weeks and going into this match, it feels like he's finally hit his stride. I love that he took the robe, Nana's robe. He was getting it altered. I cannot wait to see what the alterations look like. I'm dying to see what he's done to the robe.
It doesn't look like he really did anything.
I think it's all fun. So, what about you? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure who I think is right now. For me personally, I think it's about 50-50 in my head about who's going to win. It really could go either way, in my opinion. I don't know. My instincts say that Swerve should probably win, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know. What about you?
I want Swerve to win.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ricochet is gonna win.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think as a booker. Unless what happens ends up being Cope wins, then Christian cashes in, and then Ricochet beats Christian. I don't see Ricochet pulling off headlining a pay-per-view for the AEW though.
Yeah, I mean,
and I also don't think Moxley's gonna win tonight. So
you think Moxley's gonna win?
I don't think he's gonna win tonight.
You don't? Yeah, I think Adam Copeland's gonna win as well.
And I think Adam Copeland's gonna win just for the simple fact of they need to move the story along. And I don't think the big story is Cope or Mox with the belt. I think the bigger story is how cowardly can Christian be with this belt?
Yeah. No, I mean, clearly they've been clear. At least I feel like they've been clearly waiting with Christian and his opportunity until Adam Copeland is champion. I think Tony wants to run that back in that feud, in that situation. So that's why I assume Copeland's getting the win, and then we're going to get some sort of another feud between these two. It might ultimately result in some sort of reconciliation in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how that would work. But if I'm Tony Khan and I have both Edge and Christian, I don't know how you can't run them together at some point as Edge and Christian. I know you can't call them Edge. You got to call them Cope or whatever you're calling them. But how you can't run them as a tag team at some point? You've got to let them do that again at some point. I know right now we're a little ways away from there, but I'm imagining that's where we got to get back to. And at minimum, another feud between the two of them.
Feud, yes. I don't know if they want to do the tag team yet.
Maybe.
But I also think Cope will retire before Christian. So I think it'll be a goodbye run.
Right. Both men looking at each other, waiting for the bell to ring on my end here. I guess I'm not. What do you think of this Ricochet? Are you
I,
happy with what he's doing?
I like Ricochet. I've been a fan of Ricochet for a while. Not so much when he was with Tessa, but this Ricochet, Douche is perfect. But I also see the thing is, eventually they're gonna have to break up Swerve and Prince Nana.
You think so? Why?
Yes, but I don't want Prince Nana to pair with Ricochet.
Okay.
I
Why do
feel
you
like
think they ultimately have to split up, and how come we don't want him with Ricochet?
you can't have the same pairing going for too long.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's money, so eventually it's gonna have to shake up. One, two.
Yeah.
I don't want him. I don't want him. I don't want Prince Nana with Ricochet because Prince Nana is not douchey enough.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
need you need a Stokely Hathaway
Yeah. What's Stokely?
with a Ricochet because they're both douches. They're both they both say incredibly funny things without meaning to sometimes. You need like a Stokely Hathaway to be there. Hassan, let me know if you agree with that. Like, would you rather see Stokely Hathaway or would you rather see Prince Nana with Ricochet?
Well, I mean, personally, I'd rather see Stokely over Nana all the time, just because I like Stokely better. But that being said, I mean, I don't, yeah, I mean, if you can get Stokely back, sure. I mean,
Oh, oh, Swerve accidentally hit Nana.
did I miss that? Or maybe I haven't seen it yet. Swerve going out after Ricochet. This must be where it happens because Swerve was on the outside. So Swerve punched Ricochet in the
Oh,
head.
maybe it was an accident on somebody's part.
Ricochet or I'm sorry, Swerve kneeing Ricochet in the head. Nana coming over. Oh yeah. Why was not okay? I'm not totally sure why it looked like Nana was pushing Ricochet off of not Ricochet, Swerve off of Ricochet, but he definitely shoved Nana out of the way. I don't know why Nana was interjecting himself there, but that seemed kind of odd. But okay. Whoa, Ricochet flying around. Ricochet, Ricochet sending Swerve into the ring off the top rope with the big clothesline. Springboard moonsault. Ricochet 1, 2. Swerve kicks out. 2.5.
Too close.
Oh, Nana's irritated for getting whatever happened per se between him and Swerve. Nana just left after being crushed by Swerve.
Okay, see, I can deal with that because that's one less thing Swerve has to think about around ringside.
That's 3.
But if I was Nana, I would have stole my robe as I was getting enemy.
Who was the woman they were just showing? I totally missed that. And there goes my feed. Oh,
Oh shit!
oh.
So as Swerve and Nana are swinging around, Swerve, not Ricochet catches Swerve and stuns it. I think that's Leslie Jones, the lady from SNL.
Okay, yeah. Yep. That's her
I
name.
think that's who that
I
is.
just didn't get to
But
see it.
she popped it off like she finna fight for Swerve. And baby, never forget what he said in his song. That's why a lot of us don't like Swerve as a person. He's a wonderful wrestler, but as a human, we black and ugly to him. So But maybe this is when Samantha comes. But she's not. Well, she could be a douchebag.
Could be a douchebag.
And is Swerve bleeding, or is that hairstyle? Because it's like on both sides.
Come on, man.
Oh shit! What shit? Prince Puma is out. I just thought this match is gonna be too close to call. I don't know. Yeah, I'm feeling you, Leslie. I'm feeling you. I got a towel too. Where my towel at?
Really? You dirty dog. You're gonna work it, I guess. This was ridiculous. Ridiculous, I say. I mean, it's never easy, but it's usually not this hard.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, this gonna hurt. Ooh, Swerve, you getting too close to the referee, honey. Swing the other way. Sheesh. Sheesh, man. This is crazy.
Hmm.
Oh god, this is never. You never want to be on the apron. That's the hardest part of the fucking game. And it never goes well for anybody who's doing well in the match when they go in the apron. Especially when the man. What a fucking cup. Oh shit. Why would you do that? They were on the apron. Swerve picks up Ricochet and seems like and hooks him up on the shoulders. It seems like he's gonna like maybe Alabama slam him or something. Ricochet turns that into a head scissors and just over the on the apron. Yeah, this match might be over. Ooh, into the Spanish. Yep, Spanish announce table. I see Alex Marvez there. That's the way I know.
Hmm. I have no idea why none of these are working. And for whatever reason, I can't get to the link you sent me. It's not letting me. Because
Copy, like write it down, and
yeah, because it's an invalid link to my.
yeah, just Google the first three words of it. Jesus, this is like a massacre right now. Sorry, folks, for not um giving you details about it. It's just the counters are resulting in back body drops just everywhere. Swerve is going for the house call. He's taking too long. Oh, Ricochet, he hits it. Ricochet does not get the arms up like I thought he would. But he does kick out. Swerve, you're going to have to do something kind of.
I found something. Let's see. Hopefully, this will stay on. I got Swerve on the top rope, looking at Ricochet. He's sitting. It looks like we're going to maybe get a Meteora.
Yeah, you're the spot that I just was in, so you're about 15 minutes or so late.
Meteora / stomp 2. Ricochet kicks out. Hopefully this link will stay stable for a little bit.
Oh, he went. Oh! He went for low blow in front of Aubrey. Breaks his eyes, rolls through. Oh! Shit! Yeah, it's Ricochet. Ricochet is about to win. Ricochet. Okay. He's about to do the house call, isn't he? He's gonna do Swerve's move. Or is he gonna do a shooting star press?
Ricochet tried for the low blow and Swerve stopped it. Then
Is that 720?
Brainbuster.
Oh,
Ricochet pointing to something or somebody. What is Ricochet pointing to?
He's talking shit. Count how many
Ricochet
rotations.
The top rope.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go, Nana. Kick out.
2. Look like 2.5, maybe. 1, 2.
This is gonna break down it. Damn. So Nana comes out still the road, puts it on.
Yep.
Distracts Ricochet. Ricochet. Oh. Ricochet kicks out of the roll up, goes through lawn darts. Oh yeah, because that's Ken. What's his name?
Lawn darted Nana.
Gets Nana next the road from Nana.
Puts it back on.
Puts it back on. Don't swerve. He goes over there, talks smack to Dr. Ken.
Dump Swerve on his head on the outside. Holy smokes. Yep. I'm going to talk shit right now to Ken Jung.
Yeah, see, I thought his last name was John, but I just felt like that was not it. I didn't want to be stereotypical. So I said Dr. Ken is the doctor. Swerve kicks out. Nana is hanging out on the aprons. Ricochet.
You're still a ways ahead of me. I got Ricochet putting Swerve in. Ricochet looking at him. Got him up in that. Yeah, some sort of weird power bomb. I don't know what it is. Two, Ricochet kicks out. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the robe. I don't doesn't look like. I mean, I missed the beginning, so I don't know if he was like, "Oh, look how I altered it" or anything. But like, it doesn't look like it's that much different.
It
I mean,
doesn't.
I guess to be fair, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it in the first place. So like, if it's a subtle difference, I might not notice it. But I was expecting something
Shit.
outrageous.
Okay.
Ricochet sent him up.
This is
Nana,
gonna be the moment.
Nana
This
pulling
is
the
gonna be the
robe.
moment. He's grabbing his leg. He's about to grab his leg.
Nana pulling the robe. Ricochet pulling Nana in the ring. Ricochet and Nana fighting over the robe.
Oh,
Swerve
okay.
rolls him up. 1, 2. Ricochet kicks
Maybe
out.
that wasn't the moment. Maybe the
Ooh.
moment is
Oh,
coming
oh,
up.
oh. Ricochet pushed Swerve into Nana. 1, 2.
Move,
Ricochet or
Aubrey.
Swerve
Stay
kicks
out of the way,
out. Oh my
Aubrey.
god. That, that is a drive-by.
Yes.
That looked nasty. And
Damn.
again, a second one. Holy, it's got to be over. Uno,
Leslie is
dos.
celebrating. Leslie is over there celebrating. Hassan, I will be honest
Holy
with you.
smoke.
I really thought I really thought Prince Nana was finna to swerve on Swerve and Ricochet was about to win. I really did.
That was a nasty little power bomb thingy
Is that
too.
one
And there
Swerve?
it is for the 3 count. Swerve gets the 3 count and the victory. Your winner, Swerve. Swerve Strickland. Swerve getting his hand held by Aubrey in the ring. Hand raised. Nana in the ring with Swerve.
Okay, so we all thought Nana was gonna swerve on Swerve. Is Swerve gonna swerve on Nana?
I don't know, I'm at right now.
Oh
Swerve
wow.
grabbing the robe. Swerve looking at the robe. What's Swerve going to do with the robe? He's holding it. Is he going to give it to Nana and make peace, or he's looking at Nana?
See, I don't know. I don't know, man. There's some questions I got here about everything
Uh,
going on.
Oh, Swerve going down to one knee and handing the robe to Nana, and then Nana lifting him up and giving him a big hug. I don't know. For some reason, this doesn't feel right. It feels like Swerve's going to do something, doesn't it?
Or
So
maybe
Nana
maybe just because we're so suspicious that he's gonna do
right?
something he's not.
Swerve, Nana celebrating. He puts the robe over Swerve's back on Swerve. I know. It's I just keep waiting for Swerve to hit him, like, but
We're
it didn't
so
happen.
suspicious.
And now we got a Brody King Okada coming preview thing. So I guess that's going to be our next match.
And I
Let's
will
see if
be
I can
right
figure out
back.
the. Okay, sounds good. If I can figure out the captions here somewhere, somewhere over the rainbow.
I apologize, y'all. I
Wherever.
didn't know he was gonna sing. But I will be right back.
All right, sounds good. That's on the list. There we go. Do 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 do. Actually, kind of. Boy. So we are getting ready, like it says on the screen here, for Okada versus Brody King for the I guess it's a continental title. Sorry, Tony has so many titles, I get them confused. This should be a really good match. I mean, on paper, this match has the chance to maybe be match of the night. I mean, we know what people think about Okada and his reputation, and it definitely, in some regard, precedes him. And Brody King is a beast. So How awesome would it be right now if Brody King got the win here over Okada and was new Continental Champion? That is what I would love to see have happen here. Brody King in the middle of the ring, looking formidable as usual. That beard is insane. It's all over the place. Hassan, who you got here? You got Brody King or Okada? Let us know anybody else who's out there watching. Let us know who you think is going to win. Let us know what you think of the last couple matches. Let us know what you think of Swerve getting the win over Ricochet and Mercedes getting the win over Momo, retaining the TBS Women's Championship. Here comes the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada. Making his way to the ring. We'll see in just a couple minutes here whether we've got Okada who cares and is engaged or the apathetic, I don't care Okada.
Okada when he doesn't care versus Brody King is gonna be amazing.
I'm drawing a total blank. What was the very first match? Was it Hangman Page and Adam Cole? Was that did the show open with? Not Adam Cole, MJF. Sorry.
No. Page versus MJF.
Yeah, isn't that what I said?
No.
Adam Page versus. I said Adam Page versus Cole, and then I changed it to MJF. But
no, you said Hangman Adam Page versus Adam Cole.
Okay, yeah. MJF versus Hangman Page. That was the first match on the main card. Okay.
Review is zooming by.
And then we had Momo and Mercedes getting the win, and then we had the last match, Swerve and Ricochet. And now we've got Okada and Brody King.
Honestly, this is why I take them off as we go through, so I can kind of see how many more matches we have.
Yep.
Still to come is the tag team match where it's the Hurt Syndicate versus the Outrunners. We still have Ospreay versus Fletcher. We have the international title match, Takeshita versus Kenny Omega. The women's title match, Toni Storm versus Mariah May. And we have the world title match, Jon Moxley versus Coach.
That's a lot to go.
3, 4, 5.
6 more matches?
No, we only counting 5? This one 6, but about 5.
Okay. Man.
I think we'll be done by 11.
And those 5 could be a pay-per-view all by themselves, considering the matches, let alone coming after what we've already seen. I mean, it's already been a solid pay-per-view. The last match could have been match of the night in a normal situation. So,
and we are only in an hour and a half.
Right?
Pay-per-views feel interesting when you don't have commercials, don't they?
Yeah. Excuse me.
No, you don't get to go to sleep, bro. You gotta stay up.
I will stay awake.
If I can stay awake, you can stay awake. And I've been up over 12 hours now, so.
I hear my wife in the background saying, "No, you won't."
This is AEW. Don't jinx me. It's just me by myself.
Brody King sending Okada into the guardrail, beating up on him on the outside.
I'm into the stream, guys. If the stream ends before the pay-per-view is over, it's because AEW fell asleep, and I refuse to be up here by myself for a pay-per-view.
I'm still trying to understand why it stopped our stream when we started in the very beginning. Because we were live for like 10 seconds, and then it got the error, and then we had to go live again.
Yeah, I blame you.
I think it's restream.
It was you. All you.
Oh, Brody trying to go with the crossbody into Okada, who was against the guardrail, and Okada moved, and Brody King flew right into the guardrail. Now Okada in charge on the outside. Okada putting Brody King back in the ring.
Oh, Jesus. His chest is fucking big.
But I understand I'm not a wrestler, so it has absolutely nothing to do with me. I don't know. But for me personally, just from an aesthetic and a fan's perspective, I always find myself, the guys that move really slow are the ones that always seem to bother me the most. And I think that's one of the things I don't like about Okada. I understand it can be methodical. That's how they try to play it. It's fucking slow. Pick the pace. Don't get me wrong. Not everyone has to be packed. Not everyone has to be in third gear or Ospreay and start in third gear and get to sixth gear. But can we at least get to second gear? Like, I feel like he's idling at a red light most of the year. It's like, dude, come on, man.
So here's the thing: when Okada picks up the pace, he picks up the pace, and it goes do. So you don't want to pick up the pace just yet. You want your match kind of out a little bit more.
Oh, big superplex off the top rope. Brody King sending Okada onto his back. Can Brody King capitalize? Brody's holding his back. Both men a little worse for the wear from that move.
Oof. Brody King should not move like he was a bit.
Sometimes that chops from Brody King. I mean, not that Okada's big, but he is a solidly built guy. I think he's 6'2", 6'3", and 240 or something. And Brody King doesn't make him look small, but you could definitely tell there's a size difference. Brody King is definitely a bigger dude. Oh, huge suicide dive between the ropes. Brody King flying right into the face of Okada, smashing Okada into the guardrail with all of his weight and momentum. Okada finally up, holding onto the guardrail. What's Brody stalking him? Brody King's bigger and has more, and Okada probably has better cardio, and Brody King doesn't move super fast, but at least it feels like he's moving at a reasonable speed. It feels like Okada's moving in slow motion all the time.
He's the challenger.
He has to bring it, I guess, huh? Hassan's got Okada. Yep. Hassan says it was for Okada. Yeah, so, I want Brody King to win, but
it's those 20 minutes. Because when you only have 20 minutes, you only have 20 minutes. So the 21st minute or 20 minutes and 1 second, Okada wins. That's why he's so slow. He don't have to go fast. You're trying to beat him and the clock. Let's be real.
Brody King says, come on. And they exchange forearms, and Brody King's definitely is Looks a little bit stiffer, a little stronger. Well, Brody King just Samoa Joe Okada. Okada was going to go for a drop kick and Brody King moved. Okada with that neck breaker that he likes to do. From kind of that dead eye position. Okada up to the top rope. And the big elbow drop. Okada taking a second to look at the crowd. And now he's setting him up for his Rainmaker to finish his finishing move.
You should have won that.
Brody counters. Oh, Death Valley Driver from Brody King to Okada in the corner. Okada is down. Brody King going from one corner to the other. Oh, cannonball onto Okada, who was sitting there prone in the corner. 1, 2.
Oh,
Okada barely gets out of that.
shit.
Barely kicked out.
Oh.
Both men not sure what to do at the moment. Brody King trying to get himself to his feet. Okada making his way to the outside. Brody King's up, going through the ropes, following Okada out to the ring apron. He's got Okada up, pile driver position, or he's trying to get him up in the pile driver position. Okada counters in the back body drop under the ring apron. Oh, missile drop kick on the outside, sending Brody King flying backwards into the guardrail. I will say he might have the best drop kick in wrestling. I'm not an Okada fan, but the drop kick is absolutely insane. Whether it's a missile drop kick or a traditional drop kick, which he does both of.
And he just switches between them like effortlessly.
Right? Exactly.
It's ridiculous how good he is.
Hassan said he was watching Harriet the Spy on Pluto TV on his iPhone.
R.I.P. Michelle Trachtenberg.
Right. Okada going for the Rainmaker, spins him around. Brody counters and hits him with a clothesline of his own. Brody setting him up. Looks like they smacked heads, maybe?
You
I
don't
didn't
want
see a
to
head because I saw them both holding their heads. Like, Brody King with the big body or the big splash in the corner. Oh, another drop kick from Okada.
Like I said, when Okada moves fast, he moves. Wait for it. Wait till you see.
Rainmaker. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That match apparently is over, with Kazuchika Okada hitting the Rainmaker for the win.
You see what I mean by when he moves fast?
Yeah. You started to kind of turn up a little bit at the end, but I mean, listen, I get it. Like, I grew up watching, 60-minute rest hold matches. I get it, but that's not what we're doing here. Like, you're only asking him to go like 10, 12 minutes, maybe 15. If you're lucky, 20 against a real good opponent, but that wasn't more than 10 minutes. It couldn't have been, maybe 12 at the very most. So, I mean, you could speed it up a little bit. You could go out there and sprint for 10 minutes. I mean, it's not that big a, you know what I mean? So, I don't know.
The match has a 20-minute time limit.
So there you go. So it was definitely less than 20 minutes. So
You want the match to feel competitive. So you don't want Okada to go out there and basically start on 10th gear. You want to kind of build him.
yes, I mean I don't know. I mean I don't, and maybe it's not necessarily about being in third gear already. It's more just I don't know. I guess maybe it's more looking like you actually care. To be fair, Okada never looks like he cares about anything, so it is what it is. Even when is giving more effort, but like that's part of his shtick. But like I don't know, he just gives the air of not always like this is kind of a little beneath me at this moment, and I don't know. In real life, like not just in kayfabe, like that's just how it feels like. And so again, what do I know? I don't know.
I think you're
Let's
perfect.
talk about that. I love the Outrunners. I know that. They're so stupid, they're hysterical. I mean, I'm rooting for the Hurt Syndicate because A, they're
Floyd
champions, and two,
Floyd is the one with this that's taller. Magnum
okay,
is shorter.
okay.
I say this because inevitably we're going to be like, which one is which?
No, us? No way.
I have that on the bottom. Not the lower third. I have it on the bottom.
Oh, do
Oh,
you? Oh, okay.
guys, if you don't know, because this is my favorite year of the lower thirds, um, AEW has 2020 loaded up on HBO Max.
Okay.
Starting from January 1st through like the end of the year, just pay attention to Hangman's lower third.
Okay.
You don't remember Hangman's lower thirds in 2020?
I mean, vaguely.
The
I mean,
first
I
one
know I
he
was
had,
watching it and I remember, but I don't. Yeah, I mean,
the
I'd have to
first
watch
one
it
he
again.
had says it's like Hangman Adam Page in the lower third. The top of the lower third says has been drinking, and it just
I remember
progressively
that. Yeah,
crazy.
I remember that.
Uh, the good times. We were all going through the AEW sense of humor made it easy.
Outrunners in the ring, Hurt Syndicate making their way to the ring. Booby and Shelton,
Don't
MVP walking a couple
don't
steps
call
behind him.
him BB.
I can't call him Booby.
No, he's the nice one. If you
He's
don't know
the
what I'm
nice
talking
one.
about, please watch Hey EW with RJ City on YouTube when he tries so very hard to get along with the Hurt Syndicate, and he fails so very.
And he fails. Both men posing in the corners. Who's the hairy dude in a ringside? Dude with the big beard. He kind of looked familiar, but I'm blind and
I didn't
can't
see him.
see. Okay.
They'll probably flash back over to him.
I was probably, I think, maybe an athlete or something. Now they just signed, and they're looking at two more guys. I don't know who they are either, actually.
They're gonna hurt these men.
Huh?
They're gonna hurt the Outrunners.
Yeah. I was a little surprised that they're doing this match. I mean, I think the ultimate goal is the murder machines, and I thought that would be the one at Revolution. It seems like there's a little bit. I mean, I'm an Outrunners fan, but like, I don't think anybody really thinks that they're actually going to win the championships or have any kind of real chance to win. So, like, at least with the murder machines, you feel like they have more of a chance potentially. So, but
Well, see,
again, it is what it is. So,
here's the thing, and that's the thing they've been used to be driven into our heads. Anyone can be anyone when you only have to survive 3 seconds.
That's true.
So
This is very
theoretically,
true.
they have a chance because the Hurt Syndicate, much like the reason Harley Cameron has been winning, is because her opponents underestimate her. They think she's a joke. They think like, oh, she's not good or whatever. So that's what's happening with the Hurt Syndicate. They're thinking the Outrunners aren't that good, aren't that talented. They can run over them. They just need 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's too easy to make the joke. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to walk myself into that.
Outrunner's taking on Bobby Lashley.
So hard to be comfortable for these pay-per-views.
Posing in the ring. Hurt Syndicate getting a pet talk from MVP. I mean, I don't want to it is what it is, and you don't always have to, whatever. But does is MVP technically the leader of the Hurt Syndicate?
No.
Yeah.
He's more like their manager.
Oh, spear in the corner from Bobby Lashley into the midsection of, I think that's Floyd.
See? Yes, that's Floyd.
Well, I mean, you told me earlier how to recognize, and I still wasn't 100% sure. Well, something must come down. Bobby Lashley picking him up.
You remember
Deep Blue
Sea? You watched Deep Blue Sea before, right?
Have I seen Deep Blue Sea? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
You remember where the shark has the guy on the gurney and just swinging him around?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what Bobby Lashley's doing to the outsider guy out here.
That was, yeah. I think that was Benjamin, though.
So it was, yeah, I think you're right.
Benjamin has on the shorts, Lashley has on the tights.
Dalton Benjamin, the legal man in the ring right now. German suplex.
Honey, I hate to break it to you, but they playing with these folks.
Oh, yeah. Hassan says he voted for the Outrunners. Yeah, I don't think the Outrunners are going to win.
Unless Tony does a major swerve.
And you're right. Again, 3 seconds is 3 seconds and anything can happen. But too often, people get pinned for 3 seconds when in theory, there's no way. Even then, 3 seconds is too long. You haven't hurt the person. They're not even stunned. They're not even whatever. You roll them up for a 3 count. Come on now. The guy was just in the ring jumping around doing an offensive move, and now he's just going to lay there for 3 seconds. It's one thing if you've kicked him in the junk. It's another thing if you're just giving him your finisher. If they're standing there half unconscious, then it all makes sense. But this was the same thing I was saying the other day. And again, not to give too much, play to WWE, but Alexa Bliss is back, and she had somebody run into the ring, and she caught her and Sister Abigail and held her there for what felt like 20 minutes before she actually turned her over and did the move. This woman was literally just running down the ramp to get in the ring. Alexa Bliss didn't hit her, didn't kick her, just grabbed her, put her head there, and all of a sudden the woman just can't move and just sits there until Alexa Bliss does whatever she does. Really? Come on now. You're going to fight your way out of that. You're not, or at least try. You're not going to sit there. I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Well,
Great.
that's you and me. That's normal people.
This is true. Outrunners got Shelton Benjamin alone in the middle of the ring right now.
They don't get Sean Benjamin hell for that. I mean, I just feel like when they travel, they talk shit to each other.
Dropping the double elbows, the Outrunners with the tag team double elbows. Lashley just running through him, and then a double clothesline to ouch. Standing the clock of both Outrunners. Bobby's got one on the outside. He's about to. Oh, it looked like he was about to suplex him onto the stairs. Oh, Bobby sent him to the stairs, knee first.
I think people forget
With
that
the right hand.
were heels first.
Oh no.
So they have a little mean streak.
Magnum looks like is trying to rally here. Doing his best Terry from Tampa impression.
Terry from Tampa doesn't exist. It was always Magnum.
Oh, that didn't last very long. Big right hand from Shelton Benjamin. Yep. Both men exchanging right hands.
Tony, you only got me for another hour, bro. Finish up this thing quickly.
Nice arm drag takedown after the walk on the ropes. Kind of a modified version of Undertaker's old school.
Sheesh.
Done by the Outrunners. Oh, Shelton Benjamin had the pin. It was broken up by Turbo, who then took a choke slam for his doubles. Oh! With the big double knees to the face of, I believe that's Turbo Flair, then a huge spear. Now they're going to do it to the other guy. Those knees are nasty. And then the spear. And that has to be the end of it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no one's getting up from that. Holy shit. Those knees from Shelton Benjamin in the corner are enough to put anybody out, but then that spear afterwards, holy smokes. And still your AEW Tag Team Champions, the Hurt Syndicate.
They hurt people. They hurt people.
I feel like they still need one more member. Ultimately, I feel like they still need, I don't know, but I feel like they need someone to be a permanent tag team partner with Shelton because Bobby Lashley should be competing for the AEW World Championship. It's fine for them to be tag team champions for a little while, but you can't have Bobby Lashley doing tag team wrestling for an indefinite amount of time. He's a single superstar. That's where he thrives. Like, I mean, you can have Shelton do single stuff too, but I think he seems to be. I love Shelton as a singles wrestler, but it seems like promoters much prefer putting him on TV as a tag team wrestler. Maybe that's his preference. I don't know, but that's most of the time when you see him, it's in a tag team situation. So I think they need one more guy that can tag with Shelton all the time. You can have the tag team champions and then the world champion. Not that Bobby couldn't have 2 belts. I mean, it was very well working towards that anyhow, but Mariah May and timeless Tony Storm getting ready to have a rematch here.
The Hollywood Indian.
Another one, the third one, the rubber match, I guess. They're 1-1. There's been a lot of blood already spilled in this rivalry.
What's your mindset? Remember I told y'all that Tony Storm was playing Tony Storm? Y'all stood me down That wasn't the case.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, me personally, I think that the timeless Tony Storm is the best one we've seen of her career. Um, but clearly it's this. I mean, at least I believe it's kind of the three faces of Foley kind of Cactus Jack type thing where, uh, you know, I don't think Foley truly believes it, but I think in kayfabe it was supposed to be kind of schizophrenia, and there's actually three people living in there. I think that's the same feeling we're supposed to have with Tony Storm. Well, maybe she's just fucking with us, but
Tony Storm was timeless Tony Storm was playing the rookie Tony Storm in this last little bit of the story. And you all fell for it.
I can't lie. I didn't necessarily think the timeless Tony Storm was coming back. I was a little disappointed. I mean, I often, and there are things that I'm not totally sure what they're going to do. I mean, I was disappointed when Timeless Tony Storm went away. And I was like, oh, I hope that she comes back. But I didn't necessarily know that it was going to happen or when it was going to happen like it did, per se. I really thought that we might have the old, the other Tony Storm actually win the title again. But I'm glad Timeless Tony Storm is back. It's definitely her best character, at least in my opinion.
I think Mariah May has lost it.
The glamour, Mariah May. Why she got a veil on?
I think she's gone insane.
Now what is she doing?
I think Tony Storm has trapped her. Well, Hassan, based on your guesses tonight, I guess Mariah May's going to win. Although I do agree with you, I do think Tony Storm's going to win. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think Tony Storm's going to win. But this is another one of those that I'm not totally sure. It could go either way. The only reason I think Tony Storm is going to win is because, and obviously it's by their own doing, but I think that they've been unhappy or were unhappy with Mariah May's title run. And again, I mean, you're the ones in charge. I love wrestling acts like they can't do stuff, or like we have to do that, or dude, you're the ones backstage making every single decision about anything. Just do what you want to do. Like, you don't have to be forced to do anything. Like, it's real people and real it's real people, but it's not real people and real competition that are, you know what I mean? Like, you can decide what you want to do backstage and just do it. Like, it seems weird to me but again, it is what it is. But I think they were disappointed with Mariah May's ultimate title run, maybe her inability to maybe get over with the crowd like they were hoping or whatever. And that's not necessarily why they put the belt back on Tony Storm, but I think it's why they're not going to put it back on Mariah May right now.
I think it's the booking. I really do. I think
I agree.
Mercedes is easier to book because her character is being an obnoxious asshole. You don't really have to do much of that. With Mariah and Tony, they have so much story and it kind of is detrimental.
Right.
Way to go, Luther. Japanese deathmatch legend.
There's something about Mercedes being able to, even without like what I would say a real like nemesis or foil, like a true, she makes it work. She's so good that she can sustain it like herself. Whereas I feel like a Tony Storm a little less, but especially it felt like Mariah May needed someone really there to help support the story and to actually help support her, like as opposed to Mercedes, who can do it all basically on her own. It doesn't matter what's going on. It felt like Mariah May needed Mina Shirakawa and needs Toni Storm to kind of do what she does. If that makes any kind of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, but I think the thing is with Mercedes, she's been a
Did you see that? Toni Storm just unalived Mariah May through the table off the
yeah,
ramp.
that's why I was like
Holy
quiet.
smoke.
That's why I was quiet because I was like, is she
Alive? Is she okay?
um
Please. One,
I just
two. Oh, Mariah kicks out even. How did that happen? Holy.
Mercedes' character has always been a little see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, I
And
can see that.
when she's not a heel see you next Tuesday, she's a face see you next Tuesday. And that's even worse because she is very much see you next Tuesday all the time, every time. With
Right.
Mariah, with Tony, you can kind of go back and forth with things. I just don't know. What's the problem? They're both really good. Speaking of really good, I think Tony might be trying to really take out Mariah.
Right.
And they're like the same age. Tony might be a little bit older.
Toni Storm was hanging DDT off the ring apron or off the
Oh,
guardrail onto the floor. Holy. But I also think that for what it's worth, we don't we have we have a very limited, at least myself for sure, have a very limited history or experience with Mariah May. I mean, I've seen her since she's been in AEW. I think I saw her maybe wrestle 2 or 3 times before she came to AEW. Whereas Mercedes Moné, I've been watching for years already, right? So I know there's a different. She's already over. There's a familiarity. Most people are Mercedes fans. Most people, at least at minimum, respect and recognize how good she is if you're not a fan. But most people are fans. I think Mariah May just hasn't. It just takes more time to get over and to become, an ingrained part of the fandom. Oh, the pile driver to Tony Storm on the steel steps. Now she's got a chain. Mariah May's got a chain. Pulling out from under the ring. And chair. And a second chair. 2 chairs in the chain. What does the devious Mariah May have? Oh, Toni Storm was busted open
Jesus,
after
man.
that pile driver on the steel steps, I guess.
I feel like Tony Storm might bleed as much as Cody. And
She
good
does bleed a
God,
lot.
that's a lot.
They're both still a little slightly off the John Moxley level, but they're pretty close.
Anybody that's still alive is well, John Moxley.
Toni Storm in the Tree of Woe. Mariah May put a chair over her face. Now she's in the other corner. Oh, and the hip attack to the chair right into Toni Storm. That was nasty. Pin 1, 2, and Toni Storm kicks out at 2. Some life left in Toni yet. Oh my God, her face though is crimson red. Toni has taken a little bit of a beating tonight.
A little bit?
A little bit of a beating tonight. Toni, the counting the German suplex. Mariah rolling out. Toni rolling out. Mariah going back under the ring apron and getting more stuff. Toni going under the ring apron getting more stuff. What's in that bin? What is that, a bottle? Bottle in that metal bucket? They both went and got metal buckets? They both went to the ring under the ring apron and both came back with metal buckets? No. I know what we're gonna do here.
What are we gonna do?
They're gonna break those bottles in that bucket. They're gonna wrap that tape on their hands, and then they're gonna dip those hands in the glass, and they're gonna punch each other with the broken glass from the bottle, aka like death match style.
If you called all of that perfectly, good God.
That's why they both have it. Yeah, so you can see now they've got the glass on that tape. Oh, Tony Storm just that handful of taped glass or taping glass. She's going in to get more. Tony Storm pouring all the glass out in the middle of the ring. That broken bottle with all that glass. I hope she went over and grabbed Mariah May's bucket
I
and
was
dumping that in the middle of the ring.
wondering if Mariah was gonna bleed in this match.
Well, Tony Storm's definitely bleeding. Her face is red. Is that Mariah finally bleeding now? So she's definitely bleeding from her. I can't tell if that's Tony's blood on her or if she's finally bleeding herself, but it looks like she's at least bleeding from the chest. Oh, here we go. Tony Storm's about to cut her head open with the piece of glass. Oh, she's trying to scalp her.
I don't think
Mariah May trying to get away. What? No, Tony Storm went to kick her. Mariah May did something. Her back was to us, so I couldn't see it, but she got something up the chair and caught Tony Storm in the midsection.
Ooh.
And then Mariah May into the corner.
Ooh.
She's putting Tony Storm up on the. Let's see if we can see what happens here. She goes after her. Did she jump? What happened? Did she punch the jump?
Did you just call her vagina jump?
Dude, you call it jump? I just try to be, as whatever as possible. But just, in the hoo-ha? How's that? Because it looked like Tony Storm went to kick him. And then.
You say vagina. It's the vagina.
Punch her in the vagina. How's that? 1, 2.
Although the correct term that we would use there is see you next Tuesday punt. So
Tony Storm's face is fucked. Holy smokes. Talk about a crimson mask. And she's laying on the glass that she just got Maydayed onto. I don't know how she kicked out of that. Blood dripping down Mariah May's face from the top of her head where Tony Storm tried to remove the whole top of her head from her skull.
Folks, I apologize for being so quiet during this match. I don't understand how. Just how.
Tony Storm hit Mariah May with a Storm's End on the chair. Mariah May kicked out at 2.5. Holy snow. These women are just.
You see
a lot of flesh in the ring
how?
Right? You see the what?
You see what I mean by this, how?
Right? Oh, Tony Storm with the shoe.
Oh,
the shoe that was used to gouge Mariah in the first, or Mariah used to gouge Tony, and then Tony used to gouge her back. Mariah May trying to run away up the ramp. Tony going after her. Tony's with the stomp on the. Mariah May had crawled her way right up to the title belt. I think she was going to try to maybe take it and do something, but Tony stomped her on the back of the head right into the belt. And now she's whipping her with the belt. Man, this match has been insanely brutal. Like, it would have been quick and whatever, but if it had ended with that tombstone, that power bomb off the ring ramp through those tables inside, that would have been more than enough at that point. I mean, it would have been a short match. It would have been but man, let alone they hadn't even started to get into it. Now we're in a whole different realm here. I don't know how either of these women is still standing at this point.
I don't think anybody knows.
Tony Storm Mariah counters a Mayday on the ramp. 1, 2. Tony Storm kicks out again.
I,
Holy
the women
smokes.
have been the women's matches have been really physical this pay per
I
view.
agree. I agree. And both excellent. I mean, I honestly, for me so far, I think this has been the match of the night to date. I mean,
I think it's the story that they have.
yeah. I think it's a combination of all of it, which, that's what makes the best, right? The good storytelling, the good wrestlers that can portray the story, and then the actual action. Which the spots tonight have been insane in this match. Like,
This pay per view has been so.
yeah, this has been a very solid revolution for sure. And looking at the card on paper, I had no doubt it was going to be solid. I mean, there was, with as many great matches and wrestlers as was on the card, it's like Tony Storm's about to,
I just
it's
didn't think it was gonna be this
and
good.
through a table. Just 1, 2, 3. Finally, this match is over. We have a winner. And still your AEW Women's World Champion, timeless Tony Storm. Tits up and watch for the shoe. Tits out and watch for the shoe. How's that? That is what she actually says.
Tits out. Thanks for the shoe.
That so far has been match of the night. Both women, Tony Storm laying on top of Mariah May, just bleeding all over her white wrestling gear. Both women's face just covered in blood. And the belt is just laid. Who laid the belts across? Somebody went over and laid the belt right across them. Now, as good as this has been, the story and 3 matches and everything, this should be the end of this. It's time for Tony to move on to something else and another competitor. And I don't know what Mariah May's going to do. She needs to go on and do something else too. But Tony needs a new competitor for that belt.
But who?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a really good
Hassan, you were
question.
correct.
He was correct. So maybe and I don't watch Collision a lot, so maybe that's where it is. It feels like every time I say, what's so-and-so, they're on Collision. But Jamie Hayter came back. She was like the 70s Hayter. She's injured, visa issues. Okay. I was like, and now we haven't seen her again. It feels like for like a month. I was like, where did she go?
His visa
So that
issues.
makes sense. That makes sense.
Sean
I was hoping she wasn't injured.
Sean Ross Sapp was putting out the story the other day. Jamie Hayter was like, I'm going to save you some money. I have visa issues.
Looks like we're getting. Oh, yeah, you just put that up there. My bad. Takeshita versus Omega next for the international title.
Which then leaves us with 2 matches.
I believe so. Then we'll have Ospreay and Fletcher in the steel cage. And we got Moxley versus Coke. And I think that's it. What happened? Holy smokes. I don't know what happened there.
What did you just do?
Somehow it switched. I don't know. I don't know how it switched to the. I'm looking here at the matches. Yep, that's it.
I'm starting to think that you might have a friend in that room, and it's not a good friend. It's not a caster.
What do you think? You think Takeshita beats Omega a 3rd time? I can't foresee that. I think Omega's got to get the win here tonight.
I think he might.
And as good as Takeshi's run has been with that belt, I mean, the reality is that it's Kenny Omega, right? And like, even though he doesn't need a belt in any way, shape, or form to be over, like, but you put a belt on him, it automatically just increases the profile of that belt. You know, I don't know how much, but significantly.
It's very true. And you have Don Callis. That's the issue.
That is the issue. That is the outlying factor here.
He is Cyrus the Virus. So
That is a good way to put it.
taking it way back, guys. Way back when I was a young shorty. And AOW was old.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what we did to get Kenny Omega, but thanks, Kenny.
right?
You so good. You made the Wilkins famous.
When I think about like the wealth of riches that AEW has, and the fact that it surprises me that it I mean, don't get me wrong. Like when I look at it, I think they're doing fine, but people out there, I know a lot of it's just internet people that don't know anything, but I do think there are some people out there that do know some things, and they talk about AEW struggling and like they should be whatever, and I'm like, sure, they've only been around like 5 years, going on 6 years, so they're basically a brand new company. So you got to give them. I know they've had time, but you still got to give them more time to a certain extent. And two, like if I'm doing anything, and most businesses fail within 2 years or something. So within the first 5 years, they say something like that. So if you make it 5 years and I don't know if they're making money, but even if you're breaking even, let alone being profitable, like as far as I'm concerned, you're successful. And then you look at the roster and the people they've been able to bring in. Now, to be fair, Tony Khan has done way too much of the booking on his own, and the booking hasn't been great, and it definitely hasn't been on the best side of taking, advantage of all the horses that he has to the best of their ability. But man, just the wealth of riches. I mean, when you look at the fact that he's got Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay, who arguably are the two greatest wrestlers in the world at the moment. I mean, and when it's all said and done, Omega may be the greatest wrestler ever. Ospreay could have that after him at some point when he's all said and done. You've got Kyle Fletcher, who's slowly making his argument to be right, not best in the world, but at that very high main event level. You know what I mean? And then you've got Jon Moxley, who's still doing his thing. I know some people are definitely detractors, but you got the MJFs of the world. I mean, it's the luxury of riches that Tony Khan has. The Takeshi's, I mean.
I think part of it is there's been people who no longer want wrestling; they want sports entertainment because
Right.
that's what WWE has offered for so long.
Sure.
I think actual wrestling fans watch AEW and enjoy AEW and know that AEW is wrestling, and that's why it's different.
Right. I mean, don't get me wrong. AEW has its flaws, for sure.
Well, if you let me finish.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
I think that folks want to crap on AEW because it's new and because Tony Khan made it so easy to crap on it.
Yeah.
But I think that AEW has the opportunity to grow. Will it take some growing pains? Yes. Will those growing pains be public? Unfortunately. Does it help that within the first 5 years they had 2 cheating scandals? Not really, but that's a human thing. I think they have the potential to do well, but I think they need to trim the fat of folks like Soraya. Her brother's already gone. There might be 1 or 2 more folks who need to drop down to per appearance deals where they're still getting money, but they're not in limbo. but we'll see. I think AEW has started doing a good job building their younger talent now. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I
No,
mean, I think with the exception of, maybe a couple guys that have seemed to be gone now for the moment, they've done a really good job with their young guys. And even those guys, like, and I'm distinctly referring to Darby Allin and Jack Perry. Darby Allin, for sure, they've done a really good job. With Jack Perry is, whatever. I mean, like, you can debate whether you like them better as, you know, Jungle Boy or whatever the case may be. But, they've done a decent job with both of them. And they were definitely two guys that I know that were big in the plans for the future. Whether that remains the same or not, whether they have the same Tony has the same opinion now or not. But and then MJF is not old by any stretch of the imagination, nor is Will Ospreay. Kyle Fletcher's younger than them. Will Hobbs is still in his 20s. I mean, there's a lot. They have a lot
Will
of
Hobbs
guys
is
that are
not.
already what?
Will Hobbs is not in his 20s.
Oh, he's not. I
No.
thought he was. Oh, okay, I thought he was still younger like that. I thought somebody said that. I thought I heard that somewhere, but maybe not. Maybe I missed. Maybe I made that up in my head, but I thought I heard a commentator say that somewhere. Um, but no, I mean, I think that the future is definitely very bright, and I think as long as they just keep doing to a certain extent what they're doing, I mean, I think they'll be okay. I do agree with you that this is definitely more wrestling than it is sports entertainment. Um, there are some things like you said, you're going to have some growing pains, and I do think the AEW, and I don't mean issues like brawl out. I'm not talking about the cheating stuff. I mean more practical stuff like I think their production level is the budget's probably fine. They just need to figure out a way to make everything look a little more spectacular. I feel like AEW, I feel like WWE, no matter what show you're watching, still has that big. There's just something about WWE that feels big every time you watch it. And I don't get necessarily that same feeling from AEW. And when you're putting on the shows that AEW can put on, like this Revolution show and the matches that you have to put on, it's like it should feel extremely spectacular. That's something WWE is very good at, making the moment in the show, at least in my opinion and for me, feel very larger than life to a certain extent. And I feel like that's something that AEW has to do better. I don't know totally how you do that. I don't have any solution. I just know
So
it's
it,
something with the production.
the commercial on the mat doesn't take away from it for you lately? Because
Really?
I saw that mat and I was just like, oh, it's a commercial on the mat.
Okay.
Um, I AEW's production has gotten better. They figured out what works for them, what doesn't, how to get things done.
Sure.
Could it be better? Yes. Do I know what would make it better? No. Because I like it, and I never noticed that anything is off until maybe I go back and look at it again.
Mhm.
But the fact that I want to go back and look at it again means a lot because for years I wasn't doing that unless it was like NXT.
Uh-huh.
Like I watched Raw and SmackDown, and once it was done, it's like, oh, thank God. But NXT, I would go back and watch. With AEW, I've gone back from the beginning and started watching again to remember why I love AEW. And yeah,
Right.
it's been really good. There's a couple of spots where things were a little bit dark that I may not have wanted as dark. Right?
Right.
And look, we can talk about Tony booking all day, every day, but we survived Vince Russo booking.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, does Tony get it right all the time? Of course not. No, nobody does. I mean, WWE hasn't gotten it right a lot of the time. So, um, yeah, I mean, it's the idea that you're gonna hold that someone's gonna get it right all the time, or that that your I don't want to say niche, but your wrestler that you love that maybe isn't quite as over as you think he should be. The fact that he's not getting enough time, or that you're irritated that they're not. isn't necessarily a Tony Khan problem. I mean, it is what it is to a certain extent, right? I mean, like, he's gonna do, what he does, and it is what it is. Don't get me wrong, like, I miss seeing certain guys on TV, and I think they should be getting more. But at the same time, like, what are you gonna do? And that's not necessarily some situations. I think it's bad booking, but at the same time, I mean, it's not anything worse than anybody else ever does. I mean, how many people have sat in catering in WWE? So when they didn't need to, how many of you have been told go back to the gym, you're too fat, or change your character, it's not working, or whatever the case may be? Like, so the idea that this is exclusive to Tony Khan, or that he's doing something that anybody else hasn't done, and I'm not just referring to Vince McMahon, I'm talking to all wrestling companies. I mean, they're all guilty of doing the same things to a certain extent. So the idea that Tony Khan would just be different, why? I mean, why? That. I mean, and to be fair, I think that people thought, oh, Tony Khan is a huge wrestling fan. We're finally getting a fan in charge of something, and I think they have to a certain extent. And at the same time, when you have someone that is that engaged, you also have they're going to have their negative things too. They're going to have their guys they don't like, and they're going to have the guys that they don't feel deserve as much, and that might be the guy you like. So I mean, it's give and take. Like, it feels like, in theory, I mean, Tony Khan, to me, even with the downfalls AEW has had, and Tony Khan's issues, which I don't really know what they are, but there's a few of them I know floating around there. With it, I'd still much rather have him any day of the week than Vince McMahon. I mean, maybe it's a toss-up between him and Triple H. I don't know. I mean, that's something that I have to think about. But I know for some people it probably is a lot closer than whatever. But definitely over Vince McMahon, over other people that book in other companies, i.e. the Vince Russo's in the past, the Eric Bischoffs. So I mean, I don't. All those guys I hated all those guys. So in that regard, I don't. I have no hatred towards Tony Khan. And I just wish that there were, that some things were better. But again, I mean, everything. I wish that about all wrestling companies and WWE all the time. So
I think
that's the nature of, as you throw things against the wall, some will stick and some won't, right?
Let me put it like this. I feel like wrestling fans are the worst, and they actively go out of their way to ruin good things.
Yeah.
But that is with any fandom when it starts to reach its peak and has become oversaturated with fans. I think new fans coming in will help wrestling, but I think older fans need to understand that wrestling is going outside the boundaries that it currently had, and things have to be adapted to it. But those adaptations should not ever make the product unwatchable. Most of the storylines in WWE have revolved around Bloodline for the past we going on a decade at this point.
I mean, 4 or 5 years, really, since he became the tribal chief and had the belt. I mean, it's been more and more concentrated at times, but since Roman Reigns put that lay on 5 years ago now and had the belt for 4 years, right? I mean,
and therein lies the problem with WWE. However, on this wonderful Revolution match between Kenny Omega and Konosuke Takeshita. Apology, y'all. My brain is like going and I'm tired. I'm finally starting to crash.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna beat Omega.
You think he's gonna beat him again? A third time?
He's gonna do it. And I will also say if Kenny Omega had left, if all the elite were gone from AEW in one fell swoop, like almost happened, I don't think we could have AEW anymore. And that a large part of that is because of the folks who were brought in because of the elite, like Darby Allin, and they've been in MJF, and just how good that's paid off in the long run. But I am being honest and realistic with myself. If the elite were to go to WWE, only Kenny would be a superstar. And I think it is a good thing they did not go to WWE. Never supposed to, because then you would not have the coding run that you're having right now. Just because, in terms of sheer presence, Kenny is way more than perfect. Without even trying.
I agree with all that. I agree with all of that.
That man has charisma as none.
100%.
Oof. Like, to catch this is young boy.
Kenny with some double axe handles.
Oh,
Oh, goes for it again. Takeshita goes for the kick. Kenny with the big chop.
it's like he's pissed off that he has to show him he's the best wrestler ever.
Right?
Like, I don't want to see you. No.
Kenny has him up on his shoulders. Front roll. Kenny middle rope moonsaults. 1, 2. Takeshita kicks out at 2.5. Yep, I'm starting to get tired over here, and it's not even 8 o'clock. It's only 7:30. 10:30 on your side, so I can only imagine.
I've been up off and on since like 6:30 in the morning. For
Yep, I was up at like 6 this morning too. I don't sleep great to begin with, so I'm up early always anyhow.
and I usually just like
Hurricane Rana from Kenny. Ultimately sending
that's what I
Takeshita out
figured was
of
going
the
to come into
ring.
play. He waited longer than I thought he would.
Here we go. Kenny about to fly. Omega off the ropes. Don Callis grabbing his foot.
He waited longer than I thought he would have.
Right? Oh, Takeshita taking Kenny out over the top rope. Both men were going out over the top rope, honestly. Takeshita's momentum sending him out right after. Omega. On the outside, Takeshita. Who's the blonde? Do you know who the woman was that they flashed on real quick in the crowd? I have no idea who that is.
No, it went off for me. I'm trying to find another one.
Takeshita with suplex. Outside, Kenny is down. This match has been very good, as you would expect it would be. Takeshita has a table set up. I didn't realize this was a no DQ match. I mean, why did they get to use a table?
I don't think it was specified.
That was for the international title.
And I didn't know the international title was like no DQ or anything.
I didn't either. I didn't either. That's why I'm kind of surprised.
Although, to be fair, because of the belt, who's held it, it kind of makes sense. And nobody wants the match to end in a DQ, so maybe that's why.
Right.
Wait,
And trying to suplex Takeshita.
Kesha is huge. You really don't realize how huge Takeshita is until
He's a big dude.
you
He's genuinely a big guy.
and he's like 6 feet.
Yeah, he might be taller than that. He might be like 6'3" or something. He's tall.
And you don't think about it until he's wrestling like a Kenny Omega.
We put the table
Or
on the side. No, don't
when
do
he was
this.
when he was up against Mox. Like
Oh,
I didn't realize it.
no, because Mox is genuinely. I mean, Mox is like 6'3". Well, I mean, at least that's what they say. I say
No,
legitimately. I don't know. I've never stood next to these guys and measuring him, but they
he's
say he's 6'3".
genuinely he's genuinely over 6 feet, and he's taller than Roman Reigns. That's the thing
Yeah.
that nobody seems to get. Dean Ambrose, John Moxley as Dean Ambrose was the tallest member of the Shield. They made him slouch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, which seems odd because the way they did that, definitely Roman Reigns looked like a taller guy.
If you go back and look, whenever they were like next to each other, he had to slouch.
Yeah, interesting.
Or they would use camera angles to make Roman look tall.
Yeah, bigger. Yeah, I mean, they've been doing that with Roman for a long time. They love the upper shot to Roman, so that he looks taller than he is and looks more, intimidating than he is.
Yeah, they know their handles.
Yeah, they know their business
Yeah,
for sure. No doubt about it.
they know their sickos.
I'll be right back. 1 second. I gotta fill my water cup. Hold on.
Okay. Takeshita is arguing with the referee, giving Kenny time to kind of recuperate and come back to it. So we are going to see if that pays off. I think it will. I don't know who's going to win this match, y'all. And I've said that for every single match. And for every single match, except for the Hurt Syndicate, it's been true. Ooh, high risk, no reward. Who's going to get up first? Who will get up first? Kitty in the corner is kind of getting up. Takeshi rolls up. They're on one knee. Up to their feet together.
After that, Omega exchanging elbows and the mere forearms in the middle of the ring. Now they're going blow for blow again. So you can get the upper hand. Finally get the win in this match. Not
Oops.
that I necessarily want it to end. I didn't mean it like that when I said finally. I just mean someone able to finally get a victory. Because the
I'm
match has been
still,
amazing.
I'm still not there. It's hilarious. It's a,
The catch should have faked the punch to the head. Kenny put his hands up and then he punched him in the stomach. The huge knee from
wrestling is so much fun.
power bomb. Here comes a V trigger. The big knee. 1, 2. Cash kicks out of the knee. One winged angel. Cash trying to make his way to the ropes to help himself up. Kenny up in the middle of the ring. Can
Oh,
he point at him?
oh.
Here comes the knee again, I think.
Two.
Yep.
Oh, that was
Catch the
close.
moves.
That was close.
Oh, there's that blue thunder bomb. 1, 2. Don't make
Oh,
it kicking out. Takeshita can't believe it.
I can't believe it. I thought that was it.
Right. Up and down. What goes up must come down. All right, both men in the corner looking at each other. Takeshita charges in, kicks Omega right in the face. Haluva kick style. Now he's got Kenny up on the top rope, sitting on the top rope with his back to the ring. And Takeshita going to the bathroom. Looks like we're going to get a belly to back suplex from the top rope. Oh, Kenny fighting back.
Oof. That's all. Oh.
Kenny trying to get his legs around. He's still sitting on the top turnbuckle. Takeshita with the clothesline, just sending Kenny to the outside, tumbling all the way down from the top turnbuckle. That looked nasty.
That is super
Ref
nasty.
over to make sure he's okay. Kenny waving him off, says he's good to go. I should have tried to drag him back into the ring. Maybe not. Yep. So going to drag Kenny back in, get him back in the ring. Kenny on the apron, Takeshita on the second rope in the corner. This can't be good. Kenny's going to counter with Takeshita's taking a fall. Kenny with big right hands. Takeshita is stunned on the top rope. Top turnbuckle. Kenny spring. Kenny sprung up to the top and then it does sunset flip. 1, 2. Takeshita kicking out at 2.99. Holy smoke. That move from Kenny was insane. That sunset flip was insane. You know, it's not you forget, but it's like kind of like an out of sight, out of mind thing. Like, you know, when he's gone, I always know Kenny Omega's great, but like you do kind of almost forget, and then when you see it again, it's like, holy, he really, it just brings back all that. He really is that good. Like,
Kenny is. Yeah. Yeah.
he's definitely a once in a lifetime type talent for sure.
The fact WWE fumbled him.
Right? Oh, Takeshita tried to hit the one winged angel.
For Bill DeMont. Oh.
Back and forth.
Yeah,
Kenny was going to try to start. Takeshita counters, and then he hit Kenny with the.
Takeshi's gonna win this.
So he picked him up again. He's going to hit with the package tombstone, the spinning package power driver. 1, 2. Kenny kicks out at 2. Wow, that was whoa. He barely got his arm up to kick out there. I can't believe he kicked out of those 2 moves. Holy smokes.
Same here.
As they should. As you get closer to the main event, in theory, the matches should get better. This is now definitely the match of the night so far. 2, that huge knee. Kenny kicks out again. And another knee. Let there be a trigger. 2. Kenny. Whoa, Kenny kicked out of 1?
Is it?
Now he's kicking out.
It's like because it's his moves, it's charging him up.
Right? Well, that's part of why he's so good at New Japan, right? Because he does that strong style really good. And Takeshita is a perfect opponent to have for a strong style type match. Both men exchanging forearms. Takeshita with about 5 or 6, and then a huge shot to the midsection. Takeshita trying to lift Kenny up. Kenny changing his center balance, dropping his legs down so Takeshita can't get there. Counter. Big forearm from Takeshita. Takeshita taking him up again. Trying for the brain buster. Kenny counters. That Rainmaker V trigger, the Rainmaker knee.
Wait,
This has got to be it. Kenny lays on top of 1, 2. Takeshita kicks out. Holy smokes. Woo. I thought this would end at 8. It's definitely not going to end at 8 because we got 2 more matches still after this. It's already 7:40 almost. So
yeah, I
or
think
10:40.
11:30 is when it's gonna end.
Yeah. And this match has to be getting close to being over. These guys have been in the ring forever, it feels like. Kenny looking at Takeshita. Takeshita on his knees. Kenny on his feet. Big knee. With Kenny. Takeshita down in the ring. Middle of the ring. Kenny sending over him, trying to catch his breath. Both men are gassed. Both men have left it all in the ring tonight. Another knee. Takeshita is down. Kenny standing over him. I think talking some trash. Gonna pick Takeshita up again. Set him up for another third knee.
Caught it.
Takeshita defiant. Kenny says, okay, you want it? Here you go. Takeshita catches the knee, triggers the third one. On the big right and left forearms, and then Takeshita went for the rolling forearm, and Kenny got his knee up. The knee to the mush. Poison Rana. The catch on his head with the Poison Rana.
Oh, are you talking about the tall person that was blonde
Yeah, the woman that they showed a couple times.
with the white shirt?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's a woman?
No, I don't know. Is it not?
Like the shirt has color on it?
I'd have to see it again. I don't know. It looked like a long-haired blonde woman.
Yeah, that's Young Gravy. That's a country rap artist.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess maybe the half second shot I saw wasn't enough, but 1, 2, 6. Kenny rolling to catch it after 6. 1, 2. But no champion. Mr. Kenneth Omega is your new AEW International Champion. Finally getting a win over Takeshita.
That happened so fast.
It did. I wasn't even sure that it happened at first.
I'm still not sure it happened.
Right? And you can see Takeshita is just distraught. And so is Don Callis.
It's Don Callis' fault.
Right? Yeah, Don Callis tried to help Takeshita and it ended up costing him. I looked away for half a second, so I didn't totally see what Don Callis did. But it looked like he got up on the ring apron and tried to do something, or at least tried to, and it backfired for sure. Omega with the big win. Kenny Omega is an AEW champion once again.
Wait, is he a Triple Crown champion?
Well, that's a good question. Well, he's definitely been AEW World Champion. He's now International Champion.
No, he's been TNT or Continental.
I don't think he's been TNT champion or the Continental champion yet either. But wasn't he tag team or was he trio champions?
He was both.
One or the other. Okay.
Well,
with the Young Bucks? He was trio champions with the Bucks?
Trios was the Elite.
Okay. You probably know this. You're my go-to. I don't know why. I mean, like I could Google it on my own, but for some reason, you're my go-to. Any idea what's going on with Kota Ibushi? he like came back and was here for like a second. They had a couple matches, and then now he's been gone again. It seems like a really long
But
time.
he was back training in Japan, and he had an infection,
Oh, okay.
and then like trying to make sure that got cleared up. But I think he'll
Okay.
probably be back. So
Yeah, I miss Coda.
I miss my golden hours.
Right?
In the
Yeah,
gayest,
Coda and Kenny together. I
in
mean,
the second gayest sport ever, there's one love story.
and
COVID.
just the talent of the two men, like, them wrestling together as a tag team anywhere, they're gonna be top of the pile. I mean, they're just
The fact
individually, they're
that
both incredible talents, and together, it's insane.
the fact that on being the elite, the ending was Coda knocking on the door of him and having the "I'm here, friend" look on his face, and everyone was talking about it. Yeah, yeah, that's pro wrestling. It's gay as hell.
All right, Kenny holds his championship as he walks up the ramp. Yeah, I mean, Takeshita is a solid wrestler. He had a decent run with the belt. I think he's becoming a superstar for sure, but it's not the same as Omega having the belt. It's
Yeah.
just not. Unfortunately for Takeshita, it's just not.
Okay, who are these girls?
I haven't seen him yet. I'm looking at Taz and
Yeah, that's
Excalibur and
looking
Tony
at
Schiavone
you.
right now.
Like the people behind them, they seem to be.
Oh, yeah, that's the girl I was talking about. She's actually got a black shirt. I think that was the one they flashed on earlier. See, kind of right behind Taz.
Yeah, I
I
don't
want to
know.
say they showed her earlier, and it was during. I feel like it was at the beginning of this last match. Like somehow she was associated with one of either Kenny Omega or Takeshita somehow. I don't know, but
Well,
maybe it was just
they're
coincidence.
next to
But
Kim Jong, so oh yeah, Mox has to be dropping that belt if they're about to have the cage match.
yep, Kyle Fletcher versus Will Ospreay as they drop. The cage comes down from the Raptors. This match should be fucking insane.
Yeah, they definitely are gonna. Mox is dropping that belt.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. I'm not necessarily sure that I'm super happy about it. I mean, I don't have like an active dislike for Adam Copeland. I just I don't know that I want him to be AEW champion. It's unavoidable and nobody cares what I think, but me personally, I just don't know that I want him to be AEW champion.
I don't think
That
he's.
being,
I don't think he's gonna be
but
champion for long.
yeah, I you know I can appreciate um how good John Moxley is, and that this character that he's been doing now for a little while with the Death Riders or the D Riders, whatever, um, has been good for me. It's not my favorite Moxley, and so I mean it's been solid, but like I'm a little kind of over it too. So him losing the belt doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, I think it's good for Mox to lose, and
Yeah, I do too.
I think it's time for you to go break out on his own.
I agree with that as well. As successful as I think the BCC and now the Death Riders the two iterations have been, I still am ready for. I mean, assuming that they don't end up just sitting and catering with nothing to do, I'm ready for Pac and Claudio and Yuta to all be on their own again and doing their own things. I do get concerned with Tony not using them correctly or not enough, but I do want them on their own.
I liked how it was going when Brian was there, and they would come together when they needed you.
Yeah.
But by and large, they were kind of on their own.
Right. Yeah. The Blackpool comic was definitely much more like that for sure. But I did like that better. Here comes Kyle Fletcher with Don Callis. Talk about a dude with a bright future. He is young. I think he's 25. And we Googled it the other day. I think he's like 25. And if he can stay healthy and, keep his mind right and all those things and, stay away from temptation and trouble and all those things, man, in theory, he should have a hell of a career. Oh, you got to climb the cage to get in? Or you're just hanging on it to look at the crowd? One or the other. He's going to go up over the top of the cage to bring himself into the ring. Going to stand at the top of the cage and pose first. Hassan says he's rooting for, or he picks Will Ospreay to get the win here. Here comes Will Ospreay. Music is hit. The Billy Goat, as they've taken to calling him. Right. Okay.
I can't wait for Eddie Kingston to come back.
Holy smokes. All those lights can be seizure inducing. Jeez Louise. Ospreay. Ospreay coming to the ring. Kyle Fletcher stands at the top of the cage, or at least he was. Awaiting the aerial assassin. I mean, I think Will Ospreay's only like 31, so Will Ospreay climbed to the top of the cage. Both men are going to be up there. Ospreay showing Kyle Fletcher he's not intimidated. Anything you could do, I can do better. Kyle's pointing at his head like he's not okay or Will's not okay or whatever. Not sure what to. All right, you guys got to get down so we can actually start this match. Both men just staring holes through each other. So they stand on opposite sides of the top of the steel cage. Osprey, or is that Osprey and Fletcher? Someone just started to. Osprey was the first one to make his way into the ring. Kyle Fletcher following suit. Now both men are standing on the top turnbuckle on the inside of the cage. The ref's about to ring the bell and get this steel cage match underway.
I don't know who's gonna win this one. I assume it's gonna be Oscar. I really think it's gonna be Oscar.
Huh?
I think it's gonna be Oscar.
Yeah, I think it'll be Osprey. And, Kyle Fletcher has an extremely bright future, and his present is burning very bright at the moment as well. But, Osprey really is the man of the moment at this moment in time. I think he's widely considered probably the best wrestler on the planet. And it's okay periodically to lose, and especially if there's, extenuating circumstances, but a guy like Will Ospreay can't be taking too many losses. Just like a Kenny Omega. Like, as much as I wasn't totally sure what was going to happen with the Ketchuna, in my heart of hearts and in my mind, I knew there just wasn't any way that Omega was going to lose 3 times in a row to Takeshita. Like, he's Kenny Omega. Like, at some point he's got to get it. He's got to win. So, and I feel the same way about Osprey. They can only lose legitimately so many matches. And again, even though they're not that much different in age, Kyle Fletcher has plenty of time, and a loss. Well, first of all, a loss to the best wrestler on the planet is never an issue. You should never be anything bad. But at the same time, Kyle Fletcher's got plenty of years in front of him, all that time in front of him. And it's a loss from Osprey isn't the end of the world.
Yeah.
Osprey went for that little springboard move that he does, and his knee gave out. I'm assuming that's kayfabe because whatchamacallit was working over the knee a little bit, but
well, there's that. And what happened on Wednesday?
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that too. Oh, huge chop from Kyle Fletcher to the chest of Will Ospreay, sending Will Ospreay almost to the mat. Ospreay countering back with a huge chop of his own, a second one, a third one, and then whatchamacallit counters with the knee. Kyle Fletcher. And then Ospreay counters into a stunner. Lost cutter. Kyle Fletcher counters. Got him Will on his rope, on his shoulders. And then sending Will like a spear into the steel cage. Face first. Face first, not faced. Face first. Kyle pointing at his head again. I'm assuming implying how smart he is. Looking at his watch, even though he doesn't have one on. Well, Osprey's already busted open from being used as a human spear into the steel cage. What is Kyle Fletcher? Is he licking the? Okay, Kyle Fletcher's licking the steel cage, trying to cut his tongue. Is that? Or he licked Kenny's blood? I mean, not Kenny. Will Ospreay's blood. I called him Kenny Omega. Licking Will's blood. I kind of missed that. Kyle did something nasty. Let's put it that way. He's up on the second rope in the corner, dropping right hands on the head of his opponent. Why can't I keep the name straight right now?
Because
Kyle
they,
O'Reilly
they look
beating up
so
Will
much alike.
We watch a lot of wrestling. I'm tired, and I like you say, I'm starting to fade a little bit, so my brain isn't working quite at optimal performance at the moment. So
Okay, with this pay per view, I legit feel like I have felt every single blow.
Mhm.
Sometimes, good God,
Fletcher stalking Osprey.
oh really, dude?
Oh yeah, Will's got a crimson mask. Will countering off the stuff he's sent into the corner into a phenomenal forearm, essentially. Will Osprey does pay a lot of homage to AJ Styles.
Yeah, but it's like TNA AJ, New
Oh yeah,
Japan
yeah,
AJ, not WWE AJ. Does that make sense?
yeah. Yes.
I was saying it to somebody the other day, and they were like, "That doesn't make sense. It's all the same person." And it's like, not really.
I mean, some of it is, I mean, he's used the same moves in multiple places, so like the Styles Clash is what it is. I mean, he's used that in multiple companies, but yeah, no, I mean, even though TNA and Ring of Honor are definitely inferior on the national scale and in the the world of wrestling to a certain extent than WWE. Um, they never used AJ Styles the way I thought they should have in WWE, and he was successful in WWE, but I still feel like he never got the chance to really reach that ceiling and break through it. His ceiling and break through it. Like I think he always had a lot more potential than he was able to use in WWE. So, yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, that feeling. Um, whereas Osprey has more of that kind of. If you're talking about even more than just beyond honoring him by doing the moves, assuming that that's what he's doing is honoring him. Anika almost thinks he's trying to troll AJ a little, like I'm going to do your moves. You got to come over here and show me that you do them better. Huh? I want a match. Like, and maybe that is what he's doing. I think it's more like out of respect, but who knows? But yeah, I mean, the spirit of the TNA AJ Styles is definitely more in Will Ospreay's wheelhouse. It feels like than the WWE AJ that we've got.
I think Vince left a little bit too late for AJ to be the true AJ.
Yeah,
Had he left like 2 years sooner,
yeah, that's true. That's probably true. Will was going for the hidden blade. Kyle with the kick to counter, and then the snapdragon. Osprey's just covered in blood. His whole back is just covered in blood. Can't tell if Kyle's actually bleeding as well. That's just all Osprey's blood. Looks like it might be all Osprey's blood. Oh, Kyle Fletcher's up. He's in the corner. He's taking off the turnbuckle. He's exposed the metal bolt or whatever that is, turnbuckle, the metal part of the turnbuckle underneath the pad. Oh, Will gets his foot up before getting his face spiked in the corner. Will fighting back. Kyle pushes him back first into that all metal. And then hits him with a one leg, like swan kick right to the face. I don't know what kind of kick you would call it, but both men. Kyle's got Will tucking his head for the super kick. Samoa Joe special. I mean, I don't know if he was the first one to ever do it. I'm sure Samoa Joe got it from somewhere. He was the first person I remember ever. I remember noticing doing that. Yeah, tucking the head.
The fact that Will keeps laughing,
Right?
man, this is completely going bonkers.
Right? Oh, kind of villain-esque, Joker-esque, maybe to a certain extent, covered in blood and still just laughing through the pain and enjoying inflicting pain on Kyle Fletcher.
All right, now come on, y'all, finish it up. Yes.
He catch the blood in his hand pouring off his head.
It's so flippin' cold.
Osprey picking up Kyle Fletcher off the middle of the mat. Power body slam. Will trying to decide what he wants to do next. Climbing the ropes all the way up to the top.
So, like, is
And
he escape the cage?
well, no, I think either pin or escape. I think pinfall, submission, or escape. If I'm not mistaken, I think those are the normal rules. Although every once in a while they do make it so you have the only way you can win is to escape. But
Yeah, like, that's confusing. Because the cage matches, it seems like they vary so much by.
they do, absolutely. Oh, both men up on the top rope again. Oh, Will Ospreay slamming Kyle Fletcher's head into the cage. Oh. Still on the top rope here. Oh. Omega smashing Ospreay smashing Kyle Fletcher's head into the steel cage and Fletcher falling off the top rope. Oh my God. Holy shit. 1, 2. I don't even know what you call that Will just did. He's done it before, and I know he has a name for it, but I don't know what it's called. It's like a twisting, a corkscrew moonsault. I mean, I don't, but it ends more like a senton with his back on him. That was insane looking. And he did that from distance, so you could actually see all the stuff he was doing in the sky, in the air, where he landed. That was pretty cool.
Oh, God.
He's got him up. Oh, he's supposed to kick.
Oh.
Oh. Kyle Fletcher pulling out the leg of Ospreay. Ospreay lands testicles first on the ring apron, or on the rope. 2. Oh my God, did he kick out? That was 3. I think
that was 3.
Whoa. Yeah, the ref's hand hit the mat. Like, that was 3. Like, I want Ospreay to win, but that was 3, right? Like,
I wonder if his whole hand hit the mat or just like fingertips hit it.
Right, yeah. I often wonder because you see like wrestlers in submission holds like doing things that in real, in let's say real mixed martial arts match would be considered a tap out. And here the refs are looking at it like, and I'm thinking to myself, you can probably call that. I know it's not, but like, really? I mean, it's part of the show. It's part of the showmanship, right? I mean, the matches are always more exciting the more 2 counts they have, the more the closer it is to someone actually getting a win and someone staying alive. So I understand it. Oh, here come those short little kicks. What the hell? Oh, Kyle Fletcher's got his foot on the rope and he's wiping something off his pants, blood, and now he's licking the blood off his own hand.
Yeah, he's bleeding.
Yeah, they're both bleeding. I see that now.
Uh-oh.
Will Ospreay licking his blood and laughing. Here we go.
See, I think Cal Fletcher forgot that Will Ospreay is a sick fuck.
Right? Oh, holy shit. Will got hit like 6 times in the face with him and then just kind of ignored it. Power bomb, Styles Clash. Oh, Kyle Fletcher was about to hit the Styles Clash. Moving so fast I couldn't see who was doing what. Double underhooks for Ospreay. Tiger Driver. Oh, mile counters. Big suplex right onto whatever that is in the middle of the ring. Oh, nothing. Sorry, that's my bad eyesight. Wow.
Yep. Yep. But it was fingertips. This time it was definitely fingertips. He didn't have palm down. He had fingertips. Who was he out there to help?
I don't know. That's a good question. Who is Mark Davis here to help? Is he going to help his buddy and an old tag team partner, Kyle Fletcher, who just recently treated him like shit the other day on national TV? Or his other old partner, Will Ospreay, who at least most recently treated him better? We'll see. Mark Davis putting the chair in the ring. Well, Kyle Fletcher is bringing into the ring now. Being handed to him. Oh, oh. I can't you kick the fucking dude's face? You sure did.
Oh shit.
Holy smokes. Will with his
guys, there's a barbed wire baseball bat.
Right, barbed wire bat.
This is gonna hurt.
And right in the stomach.
Oh.
Oh, now he's gonna rub his face in it. Oh my god.
I feel like he was tapping. I feel like we should stop him.
Right? Kyle Fletcher is in an extreme amount of pain in the middle of the ring, and Will Ospreay is very proud of his handiwork. Yeah. Now, at this point, Will Ospreay is trying to end Kyle Fletcher's career.
Or in Cal Fletcher.
Yes. Kyle Fletcher's begging to not be kicked. As Will Ospreay is about to
be just take out. What is that? Oh. United Empire armband. Wait, this motherfucker just had that in his trunks or something? Oh, you would think, why are these guys not on their cups?
And I didn't quite see the move because I was looking at my cup of water, but Kyle Fletcher hit Will Ospreay with some sort of move.
A low blow.
Oh, okay, I missed it. Yep, the low blow. Now Kyle Fletcher wiping all the blood off of his face.
And then shoves the armband down his throat. So he like had that in his throat. His penis was so bad. He just puts it in that man's mouth. And now I see all his booty cheeks.
Booty cheeks. Oh, Kyle Fletcher tried to take Will's head off with that barbed wire bat. That looked like a hidden blade.
That
And now
was.
Tiger Driver. Oh no, Storm's
Oh,
End or Stormbreaker or whatever it's called.
Storm Zero. No, that's
Two. Oh, what a cute
oh,
piece of
fuck you, Mark Davis.
Mark Davis breaking it up. Now Mark Davis has a Ospreay in a sleeper hold.
This fucker.
This is stupid. I mean, it's a nice way to bring whatchamacallit back to it. Bring Mark Davis back, but this is dumb.
Nobody could get on a plane from Japan and be like, let's go help Will.
Right? Will has a couple friends in AEW. I mean, not like diehard friends, but he hangs out with some dudes. I mean, where's Mark Briscoe? Where's...
Well, Mark Briscoe and them had a match earlier.
Not sure they did. So that means they're in the back that can still run down and help.
They might be in the back. They might not.
This is true here. They could have took off already. This is very, very true.
So they had a whole fucking change this whole time. And they just decided not to put it on?
Ospreay. Oh.
Oz Cutter. Holy
Oz Cutter. 1, 2. Oh, he kicked out. Kyle Fletcher kicked out of the Oz Cutter. Holy shit. Holy shit. Right?
We're not going to be done at 11:30, guys.
No, it's already 11:30, isn't it?
No,
no, it's 11:15.
It's 11:15.
Hey, we still got one more match after this, so.
Holy fucking shit.
That said, I know it's super late over there. I mean, if you can make it, great. If you got to go after this one, that's fine. If you can't make the main event, that's fine.
I'm trying. This match has kind of pulled me up. Folks, you've been rocking with us for over 3 hours. If you've been here for please make sure that you like, share, subscribe, talk to us. We are Daylight Savings Time is kicking our ass a little bit, much like this cage is kicking Ospreay and Fletcher's ass.
Fletcher with the screwdriver. He just spiked Ospreay on the top of the head with that screwdriver. And now the sick fuck is licking the screwdriver.
Things. What is with these dudes and licking things?
I don't know. It's disgusting. Especially other people's blood.
Oh shit. What in the United Kingdom are they doing to each other? I've got some questions about your people.
Oh shit, he tried to stab him.
He did.
Turnbuckle. Well, yeah, but then he tried to really stab him, and Ospreay got out of the way. He stabbed the turnbuckle, but yeah. Kyle Fletcher with the brain buster.
That's gotta be it. How the fuck do you beat John Moxley in bleeding? No, no, not again.
Yes.
Not
Brainbuster on
again.
the chair.
Not again. Oh.
The brainbuster on the chair.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Rubber match goes to Kyle.
No, no. I mean,
What the
Osprey kicks
fuck?
out. How the hell did Osprey kick out? Holy smokes! So last minute, last second. Now Fletcher going into the bag of whatever that is the Mark Davis brought.
Thumbtacks. Thumbtacks. It's always thumbtacks.
Thumbtack. Thumbtack. Come on, Osprey. Well, Osprey countering the suplex.
Oh shit.
That's Clash.
No, 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 no way. No way. No way. Oh shit. Not just, bruh, that was his Styles Clash onto the thumbtacks. Most of the thumbtacks going into Cal's lower regions
Right?
on the front side.
My God, his body is beat up. See all the little cuts and stuff all over his chest and his stomach. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right. Will Ospreay's got him up again. Stormbreaker again. Nope.
Cal climbs the cage.
Yep. Climbing the cage.
He's trying to get the hell out of there.
Right?
Ospreay has caught him.
God. Yep. Now they're both up on the top. They shook hands and Ospreay had the
Screwdriver.
thank you.
He's trying to stab him in the penis. They're trying to stab each other in the
He's trying
penis.
to stab him in the penis. They're going to stab each other in the penis. Oh, Will spikes him in the top of the head.
Finally, the screwdriver gets thrown onto the ground. Can somebody please take that screwdriver?
Donald Fletcher is laid out on the top of the cage up there. Ospreay's looking at him. What can he do here? There's no ref up there to count the pin. I guess he could try and climb down and win it if Kyle's that incapacitated, but okay. Of course, my video feed just froze.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Holy fucking shit. He just
Right.
From the top of the cage, Ospreay just took out Kyle. I don't know the name of the move at this point.
Yeah, I was unable to see it because my feet went dead.
I just hidden Blade and seeing Blade because he did it in front of that man. Tiger Driver. I what are moves? What are moves?
Come on. Give me a feed. Give me a feed.
Will
Give me a feed.
Will Osprey wins the match? Um,
Will Osprey win tonight?
I
Say that again.
I Osprey won. I I just Osprey is a sick fuck.
Yes. Agreed. Oh, come on now, you piece of duty.
I don't have.
I'm irritated because I'm missing this match. Gonna have to go back and watch it again later. Hello. Come on, work with me.
That
We don't have that much longer left. Come on. Aha, there we go. Ugh, I got action
how the
again.
fuck is he?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, so much for that. I guess I missed the end. Will Osprey getting the win? Well, when my feed was down. So Will Osprey gets the win. Kyle Fletcher is laid out in the middle of the cage, and the people are looking at him. Hurry up, get him out of there. Let's get this main event going. I have a feeling we're going to get more than just a wrestling match in the main event. I have a feeling we're going to get some sort of something between something post match or as well.
Kyle Fletcher is he's the truth.
Right?
I Ladies and gentlemen, I don't get stuck by a lot of things in wrestling. I've been watching it since I was like two, or longer than that, but
Right.
Raw became syndicated or whatever. I, yeah, there's been a lot of blood tonight. Oh, she's in that new movie.
Oh, okay. He's in that new Queen of the Ring movie. Will make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they keep showing him.
Why do I know that name?
Kelly England or the other name?
Both of them.
I was trying to read his name, but I missed it. His name's
She
Ask
was
something,
in,
right?
okay. So the blonde one was in Lab Rats.
Nah, yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's a Disney show. My kids like it.
That's not what I'm familiar with yet. Come on now. Wasting time talking to her.
And the other one, Blackfire and Titans, but she played in something else.
John Moxley, Adam Copeland, AEW World Championship. It's
Like
time
that's what
for
it
the
was.
main event. I'm sorry, what did you say?
She was in Black Klansman, the black girl,
Ah,
and she's modeled. So
interesting. Getting a recap of all Moxley's stuff since heading over to Dust Strangers. Do, do, do. Concerto action. Getting video packages at the moment of Cope and Moxley. The feud so far. All the back
do you
drama.
think Brian Danielson might come back?
Oh, I didn't hear that. That would be insane.
No, I didn't say did you hear it. I said do you
Oh,
think?
but oh no, I honestly don't at this point. I mean, I think that he's basically. I mean, I know that he said that even when he retired, like he was going to retire from full time, and that the implication would be that he might be here part time for a while. But I'd be surprised if we see him yet. But you never know. I mean, Moxley's been a loose cannon, and I know Danielson didn't really care for it before, even when I mean, he wasn't this extreme, but when Moxley would get kind of in this zone a little bit. So I don't know, maybe but that would surprise me. I hadn't even thought of that, honestly. That had never crossed my mind until you said it. Do, 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 do.
Okay, he's got on the Angelico outfit.
Uh, Believe me, I'm well aware of who I am and all that stuff, but I confident enough in my masculinity to say, Edge is an ugly dude. I'm sorry. Like I know I'm not like I'm not Channing Tatum over here or whoever anyone thinks is hot. I get it. I'm not George Clooney, but at the same time, so I can't really be throwing stones. But Edge is not a good looking.
He was when he was younger and had longer hair.
Longer hair, unless his cheeks weren't quite so sucked in.
He wasn't so skinny.
He hasn't aged overly well. Like the years have not been kind to his face in general. Yeah, and that whatever haircut that is just terrible.
He were not making it easy not to say the thing. So. But it's a haircut design to cover up the bald spot.
Yeah, for sure.
That the,
Which
that
is
the shady
which is
cameraman gets every time. Like there is a shady cameraman, and you could tell he or she is not supposed to be shooting from the angle because they cut really quickly. But they're like, yeah, he got a bald spot.
yeah.
It's
Well,
covered. Look at it.
oh man, that's funny. Again, not to keep harking back to it because again, is what it is. But at the Elimination Chamber, Cena's bald spot was even more prominent than the last time we saw him. Every time we see him, it gets bigger and bigger.
I am going to go on record and say John Cena did not turn heel. You cannot turn heel on a heel. And for everyone who does not seem to understand, Cody has been a heel for damn near a decade across multiple wrestling companies. Really think about it though. Like sit here and think about it. You book yourself into never being able to win the company that you started main championship, and get mad at the owner who's like, well, you're the one who said you didn't want to do it. In order for you to do it, you have to turn heel. Well, I don't want to turn heel. Well, how else can you win the belt? Oh, I'll leave your company and go to another company to win their belt. Man is a politician. He is the definition of heel. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
So you're saying Cena's
Dolores,
still technically the baby face?
Dolores, when you hear this, you don't get mad at me because you love Cody. But seeing as Cody was born in Charlotte, North Carolina, I feel like I am qualified as a Carolina girl to tell you he is a 700 man. And he is the definition of a heel. Because let's be for real, think about it. Like, really think about it. Think about it. This man has a chokehold on AEW. He basically has his own universe. Half the
Yeah.
budget goes to his pyro.
Yeah.
He cannot handle that he's going to have to turn heel. So, in order to not do it, he jumps to another company.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think in the scheme of life, in real life, away from kayfabe, I think Cody Rhodes seems to be a pretty decent person. At the same time, I do think there is an air of what you're saying in real life, him being a little bit heelish and a little bit petty about some stuff. I don't
Oh,
think in kayfabe his character is supposed to be a delusional heel. I think in kayfabe he is supposed to be the baby face, and Cena in kayfabe did turn heel. Now in real life, you can look at it two separate ways. Cody might deserve that ass whipping because he's a schmuck and whatever and all that stuff. But so I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying, and at the same time, I
Cody
think there is
ruined
a delineation.
Arthur's childhood by turning his childhood hero into a heel. He ruined Archery, happy-go-lucky Archer's childhood. But it's also, think about it like this. Oh, we left AEW because somebody made Brandy upset. Well, who made Brandy upset, Cody? I can't tell you. Just know someone did. Well, who's the someone, Cody? Oh, me and the Bucks never had any problems. Well, we weren't thinking that before, Cody, but now we
Before
are.
you said that,
Oh, well, just so you know, don't think that. But Cody, you're making it sound like you did. No, me and Kenny are okay. What? Cody, nobody's not. Yeah, me and Kenny are perfect. But Cody, it don't seem like. Yeah, I like Phil, but I didn't want to work with Phil. But I like Phil. What?
I mean, all of these guys are guilty. I'm sure of being divas to a certain extent, right? Or just assholes. I mean, you there's not. They might agree, and they might say okay, and some are probably more willing than others. But even the ones that are more willing than others, none of these guys ever want to lose. All of these guys, especially the guys that are at like the top of their industry, all think that they're the best in the world, all think they should be the champion, all think that they're better than everybody else. And not like better, maybe, person to person, like I'm actually better, but better in the ring, that they're the best wrestler. And so, no, I mean, it doesn't surprise me when I hear anything about a guy doesn't want to turn heel, isn't willing to give up the belt, isn't willing to Well,
Well,
I mean, the biggest complaint about John Cena now is that he never ever loses, right? I mean, when was the last time John Cena
hold
really
on,
lost, right? It's like,
hold on,
yeah,
hold on. Because in the early going of AEW, the Bucks and Kenny Omega were trying to take as many L's as they could to get over other people. You know
right.
who was it? Cody.
Yeah. I mean, you are going to always have, there's always going to be outliers, right? I mean, you're always going to have some guys that Kenny Omega is, and again, I'm not backstage. I don't know. I'm not privy, but there's always going to be some guys that genuinely are in it for the help of the business. They want to see other guys get over. And then I do think there's a whole lot of guys that don't, they're just there to really care about themselves and what they can get.
I, I
Necessarily
am just
bad
going.
right, but just self-focused. I mean, that's
I'm just going to point out again. He literally refused to listen to Tony, the Bucks, Omega, his brother, everyone around him, and said, "I'm not going to challenge for the belt." Everyone said, "Well, how are you going to get around this unless you turn heel, Cody? Because there's
right.
no way around this." Oh, it'll be okay. Then the time comes for you to turn heel so you can win the belt and be the man that everybody wants to be.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, the WWE did."
Right. That doesn't, I mean, two wrongs don't make a right. Like,
I'm
we're
just,
smart enough to see the mistake you made in AEW, and we're smart enough to see that you're copping out and going over to WWE because you can't, couldn't make it work over there. We're
he
not
could.
blind.
All he had to do was turn heel. And then he could have turned back face. It wouldn't have been
All he
that
had,
hard.
all he had to do is
Big,
never say, I'm never going to be that. I'm never going to wrestle for that title, or I'm never going to be
Big
champion.
Show showed him how to turn face, heel, face, heel, face, heel, face.
Yeah.
And not lose anything. But he couldn't.
I mean, and I think that that's a perfect kind of example that almost illustrates exactly what I'm talking about. Like, yes, there are going to be some good guys that genuinely want to get guys over, and I believe there, as in any, people, there are genuinely good people out there. But then I think there are some people that think, okay, I want to try to be the good guy, and then when the moment actually comes around, all of a sudden, or something changes at some point, like, oh, Cody thinks, oh, the right thing to do is never be champion. I'm not going to book myself as champion as the booker. That's the wrong thing to do. We've seen it be a bad situation before. So I understand why you don't want to do that. At the same time, as soon as you say that, you put yourself in a rock and a hard place, especially if you know at some point the person that you really are, you're gonna want that title. I mean, if you think you can truly put your ego away indefinitely and never have that title and be okay, that's fine. But I think if you're asking yourself deep down inside when no one else is around, no, I don't want to not be champion. I do want to be champion, and I can't do it here without doing what I don't want to do, which is turn heel. So yeah, I'll just cop out and go somewhere else.
No, that's tough as shit with JR.
And I've been, praising the roster of AEW this whole pay-per-view. You know, the other part of that is that I'm not the biggest Cody fan, and I don't think that he has what a lot of people seem to think he has. And I think that it's much easier for him to go to WWE and beat up on those less quality wrestlers or guys that are more his style than it is to be in the ring with the Will Ospreay or a Kyle Fletcher that's going to actually expose him more for the what he can't do, right? Or you're going to be able to clearly see the difference in levels between guys, right? And so, not that
I'm
WWE
just,
isn't a smaller pond; it's just the
I'm just,
talent level isn't as good.
I'm just going to get out for you because it seems like folks don't seem to understand. Cody is a delusional freaking kid. Everyone's like, "Oh, I want Cody to be like, what's his name? Uh, uh, the guy from The Boys.
Yeah, Homelander.
I want Cody to be Homelander." Cody is home. Y'all just have not paid attention.
Yeah, I've never.
What?
I mean, I know the character he's supposed to be playing, but I've never watched The Boys, so I
I'm
can't
not
comment on
either.
anything like.
I just know the man is crazy.
Oh, right.
So yeah. Um,
One, two. Adam Copeland kicks out. Sorry.
Mox, don't pull on his hair too much. He ain't been to Turkey yet, bro.
Like I, I, I understand why, but I don't like that this follows the last match. That
He,
Kyle Fletcher Osprey match should have been the end of the show. I mean, I wouldn't want to follow that. And even though this is for the title and it's Moxley and couple of, I wouldn't want to follow that. Like,
I don't think it should have. Yeah, I know.
yeah, I was expecting. I mean, I wasn't really because it's for the title and it's Moxley, so I kind of knew it was going to be the main event. But part of me was hoping that the steel cage would be the main event.
Yeah, to me, the steel cage made more sense because it had more of a reason.
100%. Yeah.
And I think there's an angle, and that's why.
You think there's any chance that that thing that Christian has, he can cash it in at any time, right? It's like a Money in the Bank thing, if I'm not mistaken, right? Huh? Yeah. Any chance he cashes in tonight?
I think so.
So Adam Copeland pins Moxley,
hmm
celebrating it. Here comes Christian and wins it from Adam that fast, like takes it back or takes it from him that quick.
Or,
Ah, that'd be brutal.
or, or, Jay White comes to celebrate with Coke, hits Coke, um, with the move or something, takes him down. Christian comes, pins him. Jay White waits still. Jay White is number two. Waits for Swerve and Christian to fight. Swerve wins. Jay White versus Swerve.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think it's only a matter of time if it doesn't happen here tonight to till Jay White turns on Adam Copeland. I mean, they're not necessarily in a faction or whatever, but they've been buddy a little bit here for the last couple of weeks. And I'm, any time now,
It's
Jay
very like
White's
the
going to
enemy
turn
of
on.
my friend is my friend. No, the
Right,
enemy of my
exactly.
enemy is my friend.
Right, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, no, I imagine it's only a matter of time before Jay White takes Adam Copeland. I the other day, he's sitting here thinking about this, just pondering it on my own. I don't even remember what I was doing. I I don't remember, but I was thinking to myself, is there any chance Jay White decides to join John Moxley's death riders? Like, I mean, I don't think so because Jay White's not going to take to being slapped and bossed around like that. But Claudio doesn't really get dealt with like that either. Moxley really deals with Yuta only like that. I mean, he snapped at Pac, a little bit, but like he definitely doesn't push Claudio around like that a whole lot.
Remember, Jay White took over the book, bro, from inside.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, he could come in and then push Moxley out and take over. And it'll be interesting to see if anything really happens here tonight, what the fallout is, who actually gets the win, and if there's anything post match that happens, and what the fallout looks like on Dynamite. Because there's so many ways and so many things that could happen. I'm not gonna lie, Moxley is still putting in really good work. For all intents and purposes, definitely this 5.5 years with AEW has been the best years of Moxley's career, I think. Tony Khan was able to see him for what he actually is, where I don't think they definitely saw Dean Ambrose. I mean, he was world champion at one point, but like, I don't think they ever saw Dean Ambrose as the guy like they saw Roman Reigns or even Seth Rollins. So I can appreciate it. And at the same time, watching this match, I keep thinking to myself, is it, 2012 or 2015? Like, what? We're 2025 and these two are still main eventing? Like,
I
okay.
think I think he won the belt in WWE kind of as a consolation prize since he never got to face
Right.
him fully like he was supposed
Sure.
to.
Yeah, because they ever think that he actually deserved it or was going to be, an actual, valid champion,
Yeah. And
legitimate
he
champion.
went out there and he showed them like I can actually wrestle. But
Right, exactly.
he was in a wrestling company that didn't want wrestling at that time.
Exactly. So I understand why. And like I said, these last 5 years have been, but it's like these dudes have been around for a long time. It feels like this match should have taken place 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Maybe not 15 for Moxley, but 15 for Christian for Edge for Adam Copeland. I mean,
Coop.
Moxley with the kick out. After the huge superplex off the top rope. Cope. Now Cope's got the brutalizer. I don't even know what to call it. I think Pat calls it the brutalizer. I'm not sure. It's the crossface. We'll just call it the crossface. You see that they have requested um, to test. They want to. I don't know if it's
Shoot.
well. They have to exhume him, I guess. They want to test Aaron Hernandez's brain for CTE. That they've asked his family if they can test his brain for CTE. It's been a while now since he's been dead, so I don't know like what the brain is still like. And obviously, they would only be asking if he was, buried somewhere. But they want to know. They think maybe now that he might have had CTE, and that could have been had something to do with the decisions that he was making at the time.
I've been thinking he has CTE.
Huh?
I've been thinking that he has CTE.
Oh yeah. That wouldn't surprise me at all in any way, shape, or form. And I'm absolutely
CTE?
1,000% convinced that he who should not be named had CTE.
Oh, we all know he did. Um, the thing is, I think if the Vince trial goes to actual trial, I think they're going to argue he has CTE.
Yeah. Yep. Moxley pulling back the mat on the outside of the ring, exposing the concrete floor, intending to do some serious permanent damage here to Cope. Dr. Ken is not happy. Got a surly look on his face.
They keep showing this cameraman, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Right onto the cement. What is Moxley gonna do here? Pile driver? No. Oh my god. Back body drop from Copeland countered. I'm sorry. I understand. Again, these guys are extremely talented. They're high um functioning athletes. They're, all those things. If I had been out for what was it? How long was he out? 5 years or however long Edge was out for with a neck injury, I'm not letting anybody do a pile driver on me. I'm sorry. There's other new. I'm not doing it.
He just did a curse. He just let him do a curse stomp. Although to be
Yeah,
fair,
I'm
if it
not
was
doing
going to
those
be
things.
anybody, if it was going to be anybody, I would let it be Mox because he's probably one of the most careful workers in
Right.
that
Sure.
company.
Absolutely. Me personally, no matter who it was, I just think I would be too scared. I'd be like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Once you suffer that injury once, I just can't imagine how every time you take a bump, that's got to be in the back of your head. I mean, it can't be. If you want to continue to be successful, you've got to learn how to move on and let it go. But I can't imagine that how hard it must be to try to not think about that all the time. Oh, there it is. Little pile driver. Another one, two. Adam Copeland kicks out. Moxley with the sleeper hold. Adam Copeland gonna go to sleep. Yep. Got that bulldog choke cinched in. Copeland sprawled out on his belly. Ryan to stay conscious. Moxley leaning him back. Going even more on that neck. Tightening in that chokehold. I also think these are two guys that probably say to each other, don't hold back, right? Both these guys feel like, let's just go out and do it like full force and fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, there's some guys you could tell are like, yeah, don't, But these two seem like I don't care.
It's a lot of trust that they built up.
Yeah, no doubt. Hopefully trying to rally. Up to his knees.
Right there. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it?
Oh, is he gonna make it? He's got his hand on under the rope.
Wait. It looks like he was under the rope.
It looked like he was under from the shadow, but is he technically under the rope? No. Now he's got his hand on the rope. Moxley's gonna have to break them. Or be disqualified. He doesn't want to break it. Break it. Finally, let's go. Now he's yelling at the ref. Oh, now he's pushing the ref. Moxley gonna get himself disqualified.
Bryce Remsburg don't play them games.
Nope.
He'll get the invisible stand on you.
Pushing Moxley back. Oh, Moxley going for a chair. That shouldn't be legal. It's not in their DQ match, right? There we go. Bryce takes the chair from him.
Oh, okay.
Roll up. 1, 2. Moxley kicked out of the roll up while the ref had his back turned and sent him right. Adam Copeland right into the referee. And then the DT or the Death Rider, I guess, particularly what he calls it. That finishing move. He got a big fucking bruise on his arm. Was that a tattoo? What is that on the outside of his arm there?
I thought it was a bruise.
It looks like a bruise. Yeah, it looks like his arm is fucked up.
Wait, no? Tattoo?
No, it's a tattoo. It says something. Yeah, it's a tattoo. It says something. It's lettering of some sort. It looked like a big bruise, but there was one camera shot where you could kind of see that it was definitely lettering. And now he's going out after something else. Another chair. Moxley's got 2 chairs in the ring. Bryce Remsburg's unconscious outside the ring on the floor. Up concerto time. Moxley's going to hit a Cope with the concerto to get back for all the concertos he hit on the other members of Death Riders, D-Riders.
Gorgie kicked in the face.
No! Cope counters and kicks the chair right into the face of John Moxley. I keep waiting for someone or something to happen. I keep waiting for Wheeler Yuta to show up or Christian, I keep waiting for something else to happen here. Double clothesline, both men are down in the middle of the ring. Who can get up to their feet first and take advantage?
Oh, speaking of Yuta.
Oh, there must be a second behind you because here he comes. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. Wheeler Yuta walking down to ringside. It's the worst haircut, dude. Like, it's not worse than Edge's, but or Christian than Cope's, but he needs to cut those bangs. Wheeler Yuta's in the ring. The ref is still unconscious. He's looking at both men. What is Wheeler Yuta going to do here? Is he going to attack Moxley or Cope? What's he going to do? He's kind of looking at Moxley, it looks like. And he attacks Cope.
Wait, you thought that wasn't going to be the one he went after?
I half expected it, but I wasn't 100% sure. But yes, I kind of assumed that it would be Copeland. Moxley's telling him finish it. Telling him to go, I don't know, get a chair or something. Oh, what is that? Oh, the briefcase. Get the briefcase with the belt in it. I can't believe the belt fits in that little briefcase. Nope. Jay White. Here's Jay White.
And that's where we're going to get the screw.
So Jay White taking out Wheeler Yuta. Now he's trying to take out Jon Moxley. He's about to. Oh, Copeland with the briefcase on accident. We're now on accident. Wheeler Yuta dragging Jay White out, sending Jay White into the guardrail. These two are going to fight into the back. That's the end of that interference. And now we have Adam Copeland unconscious, Jon Moxley about to hit him with no referee. Bryce Remsburg is back miraculously to his feet.
Yeah,
did we call it wrong? Adam's going to kick out 1. 2. Adam Copeland's going to kick out. Yep. Adam Copeland kicks out. I just had, mostly because I'm still 1,000% convinced Cope wins this match. And even more now, after going through that, from getting shot or getting hit with the, whatchamacallit and all that, I still think even more now. John doesn't know what to do. John's throwing a hissy fit, temper tantrum, and now he's going to go attack Bryce Remsburg again. Bryce is still not having it. Spear. 1, 2. Moxley kicks out at 2.5. I mean, they could have called it there, and time-wise, I would have been fine. At the same time, 1 spear in that situation shouldn't be enough to keep Jon Moxley down for 3. I understand they've been wrestling a long match, and it wouldn't just be 1 spear, but at the same time, like in that situation, you got to do more to keep Moxley down. So I'm glad that they let him kick out there, or that he kicked out there. He's got to hit at least 2 or 3 spears before it's there's number 2. And he's setting him up for number 3. Edge in the corner. Spear number 3. Moxley down.
Told you.
1, 2. And he gets drug out of the ring by Christian Cage. Christian Cage has pulled Bryce Remsburg out of the ring. Edge comes over to Cope, comes over to Christian just blasted Cope with the contract. Christian signing the contract. Christian cashing in. It's official. Christian's finally cashing in. Christian into the ring.
Where did Moxley go?
Yeah, because Moxley's still the champion, right? Edge didn't win.
No, he's going to Seth Rollins.
There's the spear from... But 1... I don't understand what the pin on Copeland would do. Copeland didn't...
It's a triple threat.
Oh, now it's a triple threat. Okay. That makes sense. Now it's a triple threat. Unprettier. Here we go. 1, to Moxley with the Bulldog choke on Christian. Thank you for clarifying, because I was like, what's going on? Like, I couldn't get my
Wait.
head around it.
Oh, that was so smart. He was so close.
One,
He was so
two,
close.
saddle the hand on.
That was smart. That was
That was
special.
smart.
Don't tap. No.
You can't tap.
Oh, fuck.
He's reaching for Edge again. Does he got his finger on? It's over. And John Moxley gets the win, I guess, by putting whatchamacallit to sleep. Christian to sleep. Wow. I thought for sure Adam Copeland was winning that belt
I thought
tonight.
for sure Christian was going to end up with it.
Yeah, I mean, when Christian showed up, I thought for sure he was going to end up winning it tonight. Unreal. So let me see if I understand this. Christian held that briefcase for or not that briefcase, but that little, whatever that was, the contract inside that little bit, all that time for this? Like, that seems crazy to me. Like, okay, it is what it is, but that seems insane to me.
I mean, but it also is a good way to get rid of that hanging over Moxley and basically set up an Edge and Christian feud. Now you have John Moxley. Swerve Strickland.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're getting now. We're going to get Edge and Christian versus, Copeland versus Christian. Since Christian blasted him in the head with his little metal box thingy folder. Moxley very, very slowly making his way through the crowd, through the arena with his briefcase. Oh, is he going back to the ring? Oh, now it looks like he's heading back to the ring. Oh, he's just standing up and talking to the crowd, celebrating. John Moxley, still your AEW World Champion. Well, everyone that we talked about potentially getting involved ultimately got involved. It didn't play out the way either of us predicted, but we did see Wheeler Yuta. We did see Jay White. We saw Christian.
Oh.
Nana has just stopped Moxley's walk into the back to say something.
It's like he's saying there's one more. Where's Swerve?
Right? Where's Swerve?
There's Swerve. Look up. It's a bird. It's a blade.
Shit,
it's a Swerve.
Holy shit. From whatever that was, Swerve dropping onto Moxley. Whose house? Swerve back after his victory earlier tonight over Ricochet. Just successfully retrieving the robe for Nana, who has the robe back and on. That was a very exciting show. That was a solid revolution. That was really, really good. I enjoyed all of that. I still think that don't want to say this is so tough to say because probably like storyline wise and excitement wise, like the main event worked well, and I can see why they chose to have it there, and it was exciting. I still think that the match of the night was Ospreay Fletcher in the steel cage for sure. But man, so many good matches. Mariah and May and Toni Storm killed it. Swerve and Ricochet was exceptional. There wasn't really a bad match on the main card at all. There was nothing that I was like, oh, that wasn't very good. So, and guess what? We didn't have to see Chris Jericho, so that was nice. Or did we see him for a minute? I don't remember. Yeah, we saw him for a minute, but not very long.
Jericho was on the pre-show. That's
Pre-show, that's what it was. I knew I'd seen him somewhere, but it was on the pre-show. Let's see. So Anika's here in the. Anika says, "Let's go Moxley versus Killshot," and then Anika says, "When did the show start?" It started at 8 p.m. your time, Anika. The main card, the pre-show was at like at what 6:30, I think, or started an hour and a half before the main card.
I'm out for the night. I will see y'all on Tuesday. Peace out, y'all.
Yep. All right. Peace. I'll do a little house cleaning and I'll get out of here. So make sure and join us every Tuesday night, as CM was saying, for the Cookout Podcast, where we all come together and talk about what's cooking up in the world of professional wrestling. Join us on Friday nights where it's Sammy, Joe, and Anika watching Friday Night Fights, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, watching the show in real time, giving you the real-time opinions and review of the show, reactions. On Saturday morning, myself, Sammy, Joe, and Anika come together, review Raw, NXT, and Dynamite, grade each show, and the show with the highest grade is your winner for that week. Saturday night is all right. The Collision Watch Along is very hit or miss at this point. So I don't know. We didn't have one this Saturday. If we don't have one, we will have the rundown. And I think probably at some point the rundown will probably replace the Saturday night Collision Watch Along. Saturday nights are just really hard to get people together. So make sure and tune in for the rundown. And CM will be delivering a review of Collision. And we're going to add a quick little review of Evolve that I'm going to do on the rundown with CM. So some point very soon here again, End of the Square Circle should be back. Myself and Sammy Joe playing some sort of video game. WWE 2K25 comes out on the 14th, so we might wait for that. But either way, I think when we come back, we're going to do some Madden. But normally on Sundays, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, End of the Square Circle. It will be back soon. Let's see. If you want to scan the QR code, this QR code, it will take you to Linktree, and from Linktree you can get to all of our social media from one location. You can see we're everywhere. We're on Instagram, we're on the Clock app, we're on X, Blue Sky, Twitch, all the preeminent social media platforms. We are there, so you can come over there and interact with us there. We love to hear from you guys everywhere where we are. If you want to listen to an audio version of the Cookout Podcast, you can catch just the audio version. If you're out walking around, taking a walk, don't have time to sit down and watch it, you can just listen to it. You can catch it on all of these podcast locations or platforms, I guess is a better word for it. So I think that is basically it. Very solid pay-per-view tonight. If I was grading this pay-per-view, I would give it an A. Probably just, I mean, in hindsight, it could be an A plus. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely a solid A. I'd have to talk about it for a minute and think about it for a minute to suss out whether I think it's technically an A plus or not. I didn't really watch the pre-show, the 0 hour pre-show, so I don't know. And ultimately all things are considered when talking about a pay-per-view. I'm talking about it, but the main card on this was absolutely incredible. And I think that the match of the night was Ospreay and Fletcher in the cage. But Mercedes Moné retained her championship. Moxley retained his championship. Christian cashed in unsuccessfully. Will Ospreay beat Kyle Fletcher. Kenny Omega is your new international champion after defeating Takeshita in an amazing match. As I'm thinking about this, there were no match. Yeah, this has to be. I mean, if this is a 5-star pay-per-view, then it's an A plus. And I'm trying to. I'm thinking really hard how it's not a 5-star pay-per-view. So MJF and Adam Page, Hangman Adam Page, opening the main card was amazing. MJF got the win there. So very solid pay-per-view. AEW delivers again. So With that being said, the last thing I'm going to do is cut out the lights, say peace, and we'll see you next time.